Dungeons and Dragon Online. I'm, of course, your host, Samus, wearing our sweet Iron Man shirt today. Brrr. It glows in the dark, by the way. Brrr. Make it. Look how dark it is in the glow, and look. No. I actually have one that's backlit. It looks really sweet, but I am a little on the chunky side still. Well, maybe not now, actually, to be able to wear it. But definitely fit for a while. It got a little chunkier, and now it probably needs to get done some more. What level is Raider? Raider is 8. Well, you're not going to be 8 today, but we might be 8 pretty soon. Alright, anything? Oh, yeah, we got all sorts of stuff to sell. Alright, you may also know that we are in dark running mode, which means the lighting's a little bit different. Hopefully it's not too bad for you guys. My head is on the uptick, and I'm trying to keep it from getting full on. Ooh, this doesn't have a slot at the moment. Nice. Something slotted in it. Nice. Alright. Yeah, I think we're probably solid here. Let's see. Level 6, we got a couple of different pieces of gear, actually. Don't think we need to worry about them just yet, but I did go ahead and jump over into like one of my miscellaneous alty people, holdy person things, and I picked up a couple of doodads here. This shock great sort of feeding, level 6, so it's shocking 3, which means it does 3d6. I icy bursted it, and it's got feeding 2, so whenever I vorpal, it's going to get a negative level, and I'm going to get 20 hit points. I don't know if that's going to be better than, say, what else do I have up here? I have a keen great sort of pure good that has an icy burst on it. So I'm not sure which one's better overall, but we have a couple of options at level 6. Kind of take a look at, and we'll do that when the time comes. We also have, I think this is a level 7. This Keen Falchion of Poison 2, which is also pretty sweet. So we have a couple of level 7 things to consider when the time rolls around. But for now, I want to get my Bone Crusher out. Bone Crusher. And I want to crunch some bones here. It's not going to be a lot. I just want to get stuff out of the way. I don't care about a docent. I don't think I care about this armor. These boots. Yeah, I don't think I care about any of this little stuff. Maybe this cloak? No, not in this cloak. There we go. Yeah, just clearing out stuff. I'd rather get my one small bit of experience out of it. Is this ready to go away now? Nope. Good. I might have to put a ticket in for this. Well, that's going to be fun. What else do we have? I thought there was one other thing that I realized I was missing. I was annoyed that I didn't have it, and now I can't think of what it is. Probably wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to grab an all-purpose beater. We'll be coming up to oozes pretty soon. Huh. Yeah, I have no idea what it was. There was something that was like eating at me that I didn't actually grab, and I really have no idea what it is now. Hopefully whatever it was is not a big deal. Are you on your way over? Good? Looks goodish. Okay. Step 1, turn on our hat. Step 2, start clicking our shrines here. Perfect. Alright, hirelings. We're level 4. We could probably get away with having a hireling now. I don't feel like we need a healing hireling just yet. This is not where I parked my car. I went to the 2nd floor, didn't I? Yup. Almost guarantee it. No, I didn't. I went to the right place. This is where I parked my car. Yay! Alright. And we just moved into level 4 hirelings. So, like I said, we could do... Hey! Yay! Katsasuma is gifted a sub to see me, see you. Well, man, everyone's being extra helpful today and generous. Thank you very much. Yay! Yay! And a sub to Fuzzy Boots. This is awesome. See me, see you. Welcome to the USS Fat Halfling. Fuzzy Boots. Welcome to the USS Fat Halfling. Yay! Suma, what is going on? Another one to Band VP. To Zyphel. And Geek the Piker. Oh my god. So many gift subs today. Thank you, my friend. Just really, really giving love to the community. I appreciate that about you. That's what you appreciates about me. That's what I appreciates about you. Hey, where's the yay? Yay! Yay! Oh my goodness. One more, right? We got one more queued up. That was the last one. Oh my goodness. So many. So many. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate it more than you know. It's certainly support by the people like yourselves that keep us running. Keep us up and running. I did TR. I'm level 4. We TR'd this morning. We're doing a Paladin Warlock, and we're going to be using the Fey Dark Illusionist tree as the peanut butter and the peanut butter to our jelly goodness that is going to be Knight of the Chalice and Enlightened Spirit. We're going to actually be doing a Warlock Aura build. Looks like we're probably going to aim for 12 Paladin, 8 Warlock. The general idea is that we're going to fire up the temporary hit points. We're going to fire up as much of the light damage. We're going to get this spiritual retribution going on, and we're just going to like cram in as much of the light damage on hit as we can. I don't know if we're going to go tier 5 in Enlightened Spirit, if I'm being honest. Or if we're going to... I suspect we're going to be Holy Retributioning. Is going to be my guess, but we'll see what happens. Well, the temporary hit points in Brilliance kicks in level at 21 points in the tree. I don't think we have to do the shining through part though. Yeah, I don't know. We're experimenting. We're experimenting. It really comes down to how much of this Fey Dark Illusionist we can kind of glue into the tree or into our pathing. Right now we're just basically charisma to hit and damage. But like things... yeah, like You've Got My Back might be really good. Things like there's another one in here that I thought was really good, but I don't remember what it was now. I thought there was something else that gave some bonus here, like some MMR or PRR or something in the tree. I don't know. There's a couple of things that are kind of cool, so I'm down to give it a shot. If only I was slightly higher level. Yeah, I'm working on it. I don't think it'll be too long, to be honest. Like I said, we are level 4. We're almost to first rank in. We don't have too much left out here in the harbor. So I think we're gonna plow through pretty quick. We have what, 3 quests left? This one, the Butcher's Path. Oh hey, you know what? It doesn't do us a lot of good to take the time to buy a hireling if we don't summon it. Attack mode. Honestly, I need to get to level 8 even because I have a guildie. This uses. I have a guildie that's level 8, and I think he's stuck. So, I'm interested in powering him up so he can can get out of wherever he's stuck at. And then I also don't know where, but there's some point where I need to work in the... Oh yeah, true scene. True scene, baby. I need to work in some more Maybar event even. I'm not sure where the best point is for me to do that is going to be for the first time bonuses. If it's going to be lower levels, if it's going to be higher levels. I actually really like level 10 for doing the quest at level 15 is not that much of a difference. That is not the button I wanted to push. Turn this back on. Level 10 is not that far out of whack, and for doing 15s, and it's a lot of experience. I just don't know how much level 10 I need to actually not do, as opposed to, in fact, do. We ended up actually banking a lot of experience, and things went in a weird spot this last go around, so we'll have to see. Although, to be fair, you have no idea what's going on in that character. I mean, isn't that usually the best? Isn't that usually the best way? I mean, to be fair, I don't have like a super clear-cut plan. I have like some rough ideas of what I want to do, but if I'm being really, really honest, Beef suggested this build, and I got sent a code for the hair too close for the Feywild expansion, and I thought, you know what, this is, come on, I know there's a spot. Here we go. Nope. Come on. There we go. Did it. Apparently my hireling doesn't have enough strength to open this. That's lame. Should. I'm like... He's probably plus 10 to strength. Oh, it's an old build. Well, sometimes you gotta take the old builds and dust them off to get what you're looking for. Right now it's 4 Warlock, 2 Cleric. Yeah, 1 Cleric I could understand. 2 Clerics I'm not sure. Monk. I mean, a Warlock Monk is probably fine if you're going to go Aura and do some stuff. You could switch it to Quarterstaff build, and you could probably salvage it pretty easily. Oh, but you're going for the Cleric life? Well, maybe you just wanted the healing aura, the temporary hit point aura, for some reason. And Muck is up, so we'll go smash Mucky. $14 Cleric, 4 Warlock, 2 Monk. Yeah, maybe you just wanted to put all the different healing stuff together. I don't know. The temporary hit, like heal and forget it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like temporary hit points, self-healing, automatic healing. And then you can, with a little bit of monk, you'd be able to get in there and do a little bit of action. Be alright. Oh, especially if you're like a light-based cleric. Like if you're a fire spec cleric, you can use your light damage. Yeah, it doesn't seem the worst. Get all that extra light damage going on. Light damage from your aura, light damage from your melee attacks, light damage for your blasts. And then you're healing everybody and doing lots of healing, passive healing. Could be good. I need a Reaper. Come on. No Reaper. Darn, no Reaper experience for us. What? Oh, we missed a Scorpion somehow. With the final spasm. Oh, who knows? We could always get something sweet. We gotta check. Gotta check. Yeah, no, nothing really. None of this seems particularly good. 20 points of damage from that fall, huh? Rough. Yeah, I like the aura temporary hit point stuff a lot. Also like the level, what is it called? In the Tainted Scholar tree, I'm a big fan of this Feign Health. Feign Health does a lot of work as well. Ooh, we have a point. Yes, please. Divine Might me. Alright, so Divine Might is going to increase our damage equal to half of our Charisma modifier. Half of our Charisma modifier at the moment is going to be 4. 4 extra damage. That's not the worst. Not the greatest. Not the worst. Be able to get that up, I think. We don't have a charisma item on or pots or anything at the moment. We should probably consider making that happen. Get an item. Something. Although I do feel like we do a reasonable amount of damage for the level right now. I need to... Alright, this is going to have to go someplace else. And this is going to have to go here. So, we can imbue our blade with some shadow damages. Right now it's just an extra +1 +1 implement, +1 enchantment bonus, but pretty soon it's going to be, I think it's going to be pretty sweet. I haven't read it super close, so I don't know if it talks about its scaling or not. We'll have to see. I imagine it just gets like +1, +2, +3, +4, +5. Eventually, I imagine it does all that stuff. Yeah, I think it's gonna work out nicely. What? Oh. It appeared behind us. Oh no, I'm definitely tired. I'm feeling it really hard. Dark Haven, how you doing today, brother? Brother, how you doing? God, I hope that was the right one. Kinda. I mean, it's the right one for advancing the quest. It's the wrong one for picking up the sweet collectible. Ah, never gonna get it. I don't know. I took some pain stuff. Hopefully it'll kick in. Keep us from feeling bad. I laid down for an hour and I never was able to get to sleep. It was bothering me too much. So hopefully we'll be in good shape. We're also playing with the Celestial goodies, which actually lines up really nice, I think, for buffing and doing a melee warlock build. Like it looks like it's gonna line up real nice anyway, so fingers crossed. Ooh, be good. How come if it's slaying, the last half is always bad? It's like you can have this much of a good thing, but then it's terrible. I don't know, it might still be okay. Slaying is very, very good. It's much better than like a D8 sonic damage or something. Ooh, the server has been hiccuping today too. I thought maybe after my break it would be okay, but it looks like we're still hiccuping quite a bit. I think this is our last harbor quest, which means we're going to be a little bit low for our next batch here. I'm so excited for this upcoming D&D campaign. I hope it lasts. I hope every day or not every day. I hope every session I DM I'm just this excited. I have so many scenarios in my head that I want to give the guys. I just don't know how well some of them are going to work out. I don't know if you guys were here yesterday when I was talking about it with John, because John told me he wanted to be the party's wizard, and that our group has actually been wizardless for a while now. Usually I'm the wizard, or my friend Zach is the wizard, and neither one of us have been the wizard lately. In our various groups, I've actually been the bard like the last 3 or 4 times. I was a bard in Tobrel's campaign. That's the one I played in most recently. I was essentially a bard in Zach's Mutants and Mastermind campaign. Essentially. I mean, it wasn't called a bard, but that's basically what it was. You don't really have class. I mean, you kind of have classes, but not really. I'm trying to think what I was before that. Again, I don't think it was a bard. And then in or a wizard. And then in Talab's campaign that we were doing, I was an artificer. Which, I think some people are going to be doing some artificer stuff, which is going to be pretty sweet. Hey, baby girl, what are you doing? Come down to smell the trash and get a little scratches. Little scratches. You want to sit? You want up? You want up? Come here. Up. Come here. Come here, quick. Oh, hi. Oh, Alright, hang on. Hang on, Daddy's got to get these, basically the shamans. The rest of the guys I'm not that worried about. We're not done. I'm not done with the scritches. How you doing? You having a good day? Yeah, I can see your tail wagging. Ready to get down? Alright. Get out of here. Go on. You gotta give Quinn love when she asks for it. She doesn't ask for it very often. She's a very independent pup. Well, mean old lady now, I guess. She's gonna be... She's 9.5 at the moment. So what, that's 50? In dog years? $48. I don't know exactly how half a dog year counts. Oh, curses. Gotta pick up our prayer beads. There's actually a pretty sweet, I believe, mana over time item. This breath bar, by the way, is outstanding. I mentioned it earlier when I noticed it. My last life yesterday, one, I don't think we were in the water at all, and two, I don't think being in undead form means you don't have to worry about breathing, so I haven't seen it, but that is a pretty sweet one, to be honest. Okay. He's just gonna stand there and get beaten. I'll allow it. Oh, I gotta go back and get one more monster. Lame. Probably this kobold that hit me. If that rare was there, I don't have to worry about it. Alright, sweetness. We picked up another rank. Nothing very sexy. I was going to ask to join me, but you are sleepy now? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, because you were always welcome, Wood. If you get energized and you decide you want to jump in, I've got 2 more level 2 quests to do, and then I guess I'm going to start on level 3s. I would love to help. Alright. I want to continue to power up the Divine Might as much as possible. Give me and all my little baby dragons. Sure. 5 to melee spell power might be okay, or melee power might be okay. We are being chased by a Reaper. It is a plague, of course, because it's always a plague lately. Dance the dance of avoiding the combat. Wake these lads up and put them back to sleep. Alright, pacifism mode, stand here mode, highlight the lever. Now with that highlighted, and the guy standing there, theoretically in peaceful mode, we should be able to run all the way to right about here and then tell him to activate. He shouldn't be able to pull it until after we get past, then we can teleport him to us and he can go on regular mode again. This one I'm not as worried about because I can easily run around the spike traps, but it's still a reasonable idea. We also could detour back and run through the front, I suppose, but I feel like this is still fine. No, you don't. No, you don't. Oh, it's coming at me. Alright, we're out. Whoo. No reason to fight that Reaper. We had already made it through the quest, got our experience. It was just time to leave. Sure. I'll try. Do you want to make sure that we pick up some kills here? It's easy to screw up the last room and not not get your completions. Or your Reaper experience. So I'm going to pick up this guy, and I'm going to pick up this guy. And that puts us at 5. Should be skeletons here. 5, 6, 7. Eight. Alright, so we have to get one of the scorpions before we kill the guy. That has always been my problem in this quest, is making sure that I... Because it seems like, especially with glancing blows, it's easy to pick up the extra damage. And since the scorpions don't come out until... We get you? We got you. Alright. Uh, 12, 8 is the current plan. 12 Paladin, 8 Warlock. Get the last Divine Might slid away so I don't have to worry about it anymore. Okay, level 4, I get. Like I said, I think that's the last of the 2s that we care about. It's the last of the 2s, period, if I'm honest. Yeah, that's like the last of the 2s. So where there's smoke, Swipe Signet, Sacred Helm, Rosemary's. Yeah, I think we head out to the 3s. I'd like to have just a little bit more experience. I'd like to be rank or level 5 before we go out here, just to make it a little bit nicer. Because once I start, we're gonna finish, hopefully, unless we die. So, it's always the first one we end up doing. You're doing a 52-3 split? The Illusionist? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different Illusionist builds I think could be viable. If I was doing a Warforged or a Bladeforged life, I could even see people being pure, or basically pure. Sork, like Air Sork in particular, and just going Januts. Don't you shoot me. Oh, you son of a beach. I'm trying to force energy into myself with the T. I don't think it's working. Get in there, energy. Get in there. Choke the energy into you. That doesn't help. I'm also really hot. Oh. There you go. How about a really, really, really rare Samus day? How do I look? Do I look totally bald now? Oh my god, so bald. I don't have a lighter hat down here. I think that's part of my issue. I need my slightly lighter hat. I want to make a thrower, but it's only for 1 to 20, and they're so bad at heroic levels. I don't know if that's true. I think if you were to build a swashbuckling artificer with alchemist, I think you could layer together enough perks that it'd be worth it. So you would use the alchemist imbue. You would have you'd have your rune arm on. You'd be getting your attack speed from your swashbuckling, your critical profile, stuff like that. I think you could get it. It'd be single target, which is kind of lame. Some people say you really want Ranger. So maybe you do Ranger instead of Artie. But then I think you need a lot of Ranger levels. You could, in fact, turn it into a thrower that way. It would be single target because of throwing. You might be able to get improved precise shot eventually or whatever, but I just feel like it seems unlikely, right? Yeah, that's what I mean. You could improve precise shot it eventually, but I feel like that's a lot of work. Yeah, I think once you get going, it'll be fine, but it'll be single damage for most of the time. How about that? Is that more fair? And the reason why I think you would do Alchemist plus that stuff is you would basically, between the two different boosts, you'd be able to keep a extremely high double shot running all the time. Yeah, that's what I'm saying for heroics. You'd be able to keep an extremely high double shot running. Because you'd be able to use the... what was it? Rapid Strike? So it's what? Called Rapid Throw? Out of the Knife Fighter tree. Rapid Slash gives you Rapid Throw. You'd be able to pick up Deadly Blades. Like I said, you'd be able to sit in Swashbuckler to change your critical profile. You don't know why, but you thought of this while I was nodding off, but... Is there a picture? No? You say ancestor your DNA, you always thought your Irish parents made you Irish. I mean, certainly your heritage has something to do with how Irish you are, but also has a lot to do with how you're raised. If your parents raised you to be Irish, even though, say, like, maybe you're mostly Swiss, you could still go off by be Irish. I mean, honestly, the real thing is that unless you are very close to your European heritage, you're American, and that's the thing that people need to come together on right now. Here in the States, anyway. Turns out your ancestry says you're as much Irish as people from the Ivory Coast. So very little. You're mostly Germanic. Well, Germans settled the U.S. quite extensively. No, I talked to my father recently about our heritage. My given name, my surname, is actually it's got a bunch of weird history to it. A little while after, so first of all, we're supposed to have some Irish land ownership titles in there. Supposedly we have a keep somewhere in our family name, or had a keep back somewhere in our family name, allegedly. And several generations back, two brothers came to America from Ireland. And apparently they got into a fight. And one brother changed the first vowel in our family's surname from an O to an A or an A to an O, and nobody knows which. So it's like, ugh. But then I talked to my father to get some updated or some information from him, because his sister is sending me a bunch of information. And he told me that according to what he was told by his grandmother, my great-grandmother, that her side of the family were basically Swiss. So according to him, my grandmother's side of the family was basically straight Swiss European. And I'm like, well, where did the Irish come from? He's like, from Grandpa's side. I'm like, well, that makes sense, obviously, but like, to what ends, yada yada yada. And this isn't where I parked my car. And we always kind of went back, and also according to various people in my family, my family have like, supposedly there's Native American in our history, and several races. Well, again, if that's true, that means it all comes from, because it's supposed to be on my surname side, my father's side. If that's true, that means it all came from my grandfather's side, which would make sense because he's the one that told me this stuff. So I don't know, my background is a big pile of mess, and I actually would kind of be interested in sending stuff off to see what it claims, but I have the feeling that none of that stuff is very well figured out. And then I talked to my friend, Dr. Ben, and he's like, yeah, mostly it's just there for giggles, except for, like, warning signs, like any genetic traces for medical problems, and then I just throw the rest away. Well, that's fair. My father's mother said she was Dutch, so that figures. That happened in your family, where like it seemed like your ancestry was connect, or that two brothers fought and they changed their names. Apparently, that was like really common way to like have a fight. I don't have any siblings that share... Well, that's not true. My half-sisters took my father's name. So we share a last name until they got remarried. So, most of them. My sister Rosa actually doesn't, and she... Huh. It's weird. It's weird now that I think about it. So, one of my sisters got remarried. She took her husband's last name. Another sister has been engaged and remarried or stuff a bunch. She took her father's name. Her biological father's name. My other half-sister, or my other stepsister, she did take my father's name, I believe, and kept it. I wonder what Facebook says her last name is. Nope, she did take her father's name. At least on Facebook. So then only my half-sister still has my surname. Which makes sense because she is a Garobo. Except not really Garobo. Well, it counters the idea you're orange Irish. You don't wear green on St. Paddy's Day. You can always be green in here. It doesn't matter how Irish you are. Nope, not this room. This one. Like I said, I would like to know more. My aunt has sent me a lot of stuff. She never married or had kids, or I think she's gay. But she's never admitted it to me. But, I would like to know more about our overall ancestry. I told my wife what we should do is we should make Remington turn in his DNA, and then we would know by like 50-50 what we are. Don't think that's how it works, but it could, I don't know. Ancestry got the region settled by your parents and family, so you're guessing the intel stuff is correct. If I had $1 billion, I'd pay a researcher to find out. Yeah, if I had the money. If I had the money, there's a lot of things I would like to find out if I had the money. I do enjoy the Lorlock, which you're playing yourself. Question: would it be viable playing 1 or 2 levels of Warlock with Paladin? So I really like 4 levels of Warlock in general. That's pretty much my favorite. The reason why is because it gives you, if you go Aura, it gives you Brilliance, which does a really good job of augmenting your healing with temporary hit points. As well as giving you like a little bit of AoE DPS. Not usually a lot, a little bit. But it's really easy to dump 20 points into the Warlock tree. 23 points, I think, into the Warlock tree and get some value out of it. So I don't know that... I'm not that much of a Warlock player, but my Warlock, my Faye Buckler build, what do I gotta talk to in this quest? There should be like a Visions of the Past. Right there it is. But over on my YouTube channel, youtube.com/Samus, and under guides, I actually have a Faye Buckler build, and that might kind of give you some ideas of like what you can do with a little bit of action. Also, over on my website, samusgrobo.com, I have the text written out in case you wanted to like try to pretend what it'd be like, just to put the points in the tree. So, I still have this up? I do. So we're at SamusGrobo.com over here. I have the Faye Buckler build written out, including the 23 points I spent in Enlightened Spirit. Critical's roll is on the air. All right. Oh wait, but you're too tired to watch. Oh man. Do I have anyone that takes Jardiance? I don't know what that... I don't understand Jardiance. Is that a medicine or something? It is. For inflammation. Recommended for diabetes. Not that I think of in my family. I don't know what my mother-in-law's on right now. But she refuses to basically take all of her diabetes medicines, so who cares? Well, I'll tell you, my wife and I were literally talking about it this afternoon. Getting your sugar under control. It really is the secret to feeling better and being better. Don't want to get on a soapbox about it, but getting all those sugars together really is the difference. Carbohydrates, as far as I'm concerned, is breads, grains. They're all, in my mind, they're all kind of sugaries. If I end up taking Warlock levels, which pack would I suggest? I'm actually really liking the Celestial pack. The reason that it kind of works together is because all the stuff is powered off of light damage, I believe, for the Celestial pack. And your Paladin Knight of the Chalice stuff does bonus light damage. And your Aura does light damage. So it kind of condenses all your spell power into light damage. Just like the reason why I do, on the Faye Buckler build, I do Faye, is because we're doing Bards and Sonic damage and Sonic criticals and etc. So, like, combine your spell power into one thing and go down one spell power line. It makes life easier. Watching your sugar intake is regardless of the situation. Exactly. Everyone should have a better idea of what's going on in their sugar. Sugars and grains. All I know is I put on about 125 pounds that I would like to get off over the next couple of years. I've kind of hit a little bit of a plateau right now, so I'm gonna have to do some drastic measures to get back on track again. Now I'm down to like losing like a pound a week or something again. Need to ramp that back up. So after Christmas, after the New Year break, we're gonna go see my mother for Christmas, and when I get back, I'm going to I watch a lot of Thomas DeLauer videos. He's a big keto guy, and one of the things I'm gonna try when I get back is he's got a 30-day meal plan to help cut weight and stuff. I'm gonna try to get on it for 30 days, see if that helps me refire things up, reignite the process. I don't want to try to do it during the holidays and while traveling and stuff like that. It's hard enough doing it like when camping, but I just don't want to add one more thing while I'm holidaying and whatnot. I'll still stay keto, probably. Or, yeah, I'll probably just stay keto anyway, but sticking to a very particular diet is much easier when you're not having to run around. Yeah, super tanky would be the Defender tree. I'm not sure how much I like the Defender tree. Overall, I can see why some people like it, but it feels like the DPS is bad and should feel bad, and I realize that if you can live through the fight, then you can win any fight, because as long as you're alive, you'll be damaging the whole time, or could be damaging the whole time. But it can be tricky to stay alive, in my opinion. Whatever, go in attack mode. Yeah, I'm just doing R1s today. If we had some people, we could step it up, but I kind of want to get to the middle of the pack, middle of the. No, I need this stick. Want to get to the middle of the middle levels. Like I said, Raider is level 8, and he could probably use a hand getting a couple of levels going. Stuff like that. So if people want to come along with me as soon as you're level appropriate on the Solona server, send me a tell. I'm happy to bring people with me. Oh, we got one, lads. We got a small Eberron Dragon Shard Fragmente. And that came from a bag drop. So just once again, confirming that you can in fact get sweet ones from purple bags. It's the reason why I normally feel like I get at least one Dragon Shard Fragment a week. Just because I click on all the little purple bags. Sadly, you play on Thelanis. That is sad. RIP. No. I know quite a few people play on Thelanis. Sounds like Thelanis is a reasonable server. There's no Sarlona, though. Sarlona hype. Pick up our collectible. Fight these dogs. I always look at the trees and say, what the heck am I doing? gotta keep moving. Just keep moving. So and that's the other perk about like the video series I have on YouTube, the training guide video series that I've done. It shows people how I do the quests, how I go through them. It'll give you literally every quest between level 1 and 17 with one or literally I think there are 3 exceptions, right? I don't have a Temple of Frost. I don't have the 2 Temple of Elemental of Evils. Other than that, I think literally every quest has a video below level 17. Some 18s are done. I need to take time to record the rest of them below level 20. That includes, I think, the raids, some of the raids anyway. But not every raid. Some raids I can't solo, alas. RIP. Just went through your characters' bags and banks last weekend up with 120 small Eberron, 16 mediums, and 20 larges. That is great. Oh my gosh, so much experience. I'm gonna dodge these Plague Reapers. Mono Plague Reaper over here. You're about to head to bed. It's 3 a.m. 3 o'clock in the morning. Baby, you just don't treat me right. You need hirelings for... I have hirelings. I have a hireling. I don't know if I need my hireling, but I like having a hireling. The minute you don't have a hireling is the time that you need the hireling, in my experience. Alright, let's turn in these end rewards. And then, do we do the last quest in this chain? God, I hate it so much. I suppose we could use the practice. I'm a boss, Sam's the Bob would do well to get a bigger help. Yeah, it's fine. Mobs are plenty fine. Everything I do, everyone else could do too. Not that I do nothing that you guys can't do. Except play a wizard. Only I can play a wizard like I play wizards. That's not true. I think there's probably like 20 people who can play a wizard like me. I feel like a great wizard player, and I do put myself in the great wizard player camp. Great wizard players are harder to come by. Actually, I think I'm going to switch these two around. I did a quest without a hireling once. I did quite a few last life, actually. I was on that melee wizard though. Melee wizards are very good. Into the soul bag with me. What a jerks. I'm pretty good at Sork too. I don't know. Alright, so we're going to talk to the green one. We're going to go to the green. The reason I think we go to the green one is because it's just kill monsters. And typically killing monsters is okay. Would you like some tea? Oh. Oh my goodness. Look how quickly my hireling died. Alright, I want to kill this one. And then what I want to do is I actually want to use one of these to like heal on a little bit if I can. Okay. Don't see any champs, so we should be okay. We just got to get everything in a pile. We also need to grab his soul stone. Come on. I said the rest of those quests I've kind of got figured out now. This one I'm still not great at. We're just taking a couple steps back. Hitting the... oh, there's a big hit. Alright, now we gotta make some space. We're likely dead. Alright. 3, 2, 1... We needed to get Ellery out. We just didn't have time. This could actually be great for us if we can stabilize. It'll give us a minute to think. If we don't stabilize, we can try to gibbers. But I don't think it'll be fast enough. And I don't want to use my cake. Do I know the original meaning of mob? You mean like a group of people that are angry at you? Or do you mean like, oh, what do they call it? Some sort of, like mobile object something box, right? It's not mobile. No. There we go. Mobile object? Yeah. I don't remember if there's a... oh, we got a very angry kitty, guys. We're not gonna have time, I don't think, to summon Ellery, but let's try. We got her out. Big heals, that's my girl. That is my girl. Oh. I see what happened. I didn't rearrange these boxes yet. That is what happened. Yeah, I built a text game once or twice, but it's been a long time. I actually would be not opposed to doing like a old style, kind of like a choose your own adventure-esque storyline quest per adventure. We could have shrine to get our lay on hands back, but I think we just continue to smack them down quickly. I guess we have to finish out. Yeah, it's been a long time. I think I've told this story before that we... I built one, or I helped my friends build one back in high school. And we actually had quite a bit of fun. It's built around a trip that we took in high school. It was not good, but it was a lot of fun. Yeah. It's one of the things that kind of got me knowing that I could program stuff, was helping to build that game. Like, I had the logical mind for it, like thinking through the process, stuff like that. And also that I was good at making up BS, because it was dirty as hell, and that trip was not very dirty for us. Those of us who went on that trip, anyway. It was very dirty, apparently. What? Did we miss somebody? Huh. Well, I guess I missed a quest. I don't know what quest it is that I'm missing, but don't think I care. So we hit our level, so we're gonna take it. I think we start going up warlock levels now. At some point we have to get 2 more paladin levels, but I don't think we're worried about it yet. I think we can work those in whenever we want. Spellcraft, get caught up. Ooh. Yeah, that's fine. Our heal's a little bit low, but that's okay. We'll get it. Probably jump here, I think. We don't have enough for this. I think we want to take this. Yeah, I think we want to... I want this too, though. Alright, I think we're going to take this Courage of Heaven, but then we're going to save up our next 2 points for Exalted Attack. I think that's the plan. Oh boy. What? This is not where I said to go. Oh, yes, it is. My bad. Yeah, it is. I told it to go to the first deck so we can pick up a fresh hireling and then we'll keep moving. I'm going to turn on the Sork. I'm going to try it. And see if the Sork can just, like, keep itself mostly alive and blast things. I really don't need that much healing for most of the quests. I just need it to help with a little bit of damage. At low level, find the Cleave more effective than Divine Might. You're only getting a couple extra damage from DM. So, you're going to get... Right now, because I'm charisma based, I'm going to get 4 points of damage every attack, right? Plus, because we are so high on the strike through chance at 120, that means every attack is basically 1.5. Or not 1.5, 1.2. Or 2.2 attacks. So you multiply that 4 damage. So you're actually, the Divine Might's doing... a significant amount of damage boost. As long as there's 2 enemies within range to hit. Or sometimes 3. So if you look at it like that, we're doing a lot more damage with the Divine Might over the same amount of time than the cooldown of the Cleave. The other thing about the Cleave is that it's 1 attack every so often. That's going to hit in the forward arc because it's like Cleave. It's not all the way around. So, while a Cleave is still good to hit everything around you, it's still going to out DPS. The 4 damage every attack, or the 8 damage every attack, is going to out DPS the Cleave. So you want the Cleave, but you want the Cleave second, I believe. That is at least my philosophy on it. Just gonna check to make sure I don't have anything sweet at level 5 that we wanna add in for sure. We could go No Worries. Slaying of Death Block is pretty good. What gloves are we wearing? Oh, trash gloves? Yeah, we can switch out trash gloves for the charge gauntlets. We can put on a wisdom hat, although we really just need charisma stuff, right? Actually, these are probably better. Probably just get rid of this charge gauntlets forever, actually. It always is going to seem worse. A little more suicidal than you when playing a melee, though. I like to drag a ton of mobs to a corner and then cleave. Yeah, I'm not against playing crazily. I just want to make sure that my crazy plan has a plan. Let's see. The other thing at 5 that we have that I definitely want is... Did I get rid of it? Might have actually. Guess we'll just put this ring on for now. I was thinking about putting on the ring. Oh, here it is. Here's the ring of Trolls Regeneration. So one of these two rings probably goes on. This has the things have a chance to get knocked on their butt. And this has regeneration. Also 14% electric absorption. I guess this means that this ring has probably outpaced itself compared to this random gen ring. Yeah, probably. Which also means, let's take 2 seconds and look at jewelry, specifically rings, a level 4 to 5. Maybe we get like a slaying ring. That'd be amazing. Nope. How about a necklace? Nope. Okay, let's do the same thing over here in the shard exchange. Let's do all jewelry from 4 to 5. There's another air guard ring. This one's a fire though, which is kind of sweet. If these were individual chances, I would wear them both. Yeah, there's nothing. Need that standing desk. Although, maybe it's the time. Maybe we're close. Alright, let's see. Level 5. Take us to the harbor. Take us to the marketplace. How close am I to racial completion? After this life, I will be starting on my shifter lives. And that will be my racial completion. Right? Because it doesn't count iconics. It just counts regular races. So yeah, this is my last human life, and then shifters. Yeah, if we didn't take the vacation last week, I think I'd probably be wanting to take shifters right now. But it's good I didn't, because I didn't have the expansion pack until today. So shifter, human, warforge, and dwarf to go. Yeah, that's a lot. I don't know if you guys can hear me like scratching my foot. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Probably can. Probably like, Sam, that sounds so bad. I guess speaking of the expansion, do you guys see this sweet ass cloak? Oh my god, so good. I really love this cloak. Like almost more than anything else they've done. It's like my favorite cloak. Downside of being an altaholic. I used to be that. And then I kind of feel like they de-incentivized alting a lot, but then they've kind of gone back and made it a little bit more, I don't want to say palatable, a little bit more incentivized to have a few different alts in your staple. DDoCast did an episode on it a few weeks ago, maybe a month now, probably a month now actually. And I remember being really upset that I missed that weekend's recording because I really wanted to have the conversation. about. I really think that you want 2 alts in your stable, in which I only have 1. I only have 1 alt. So you have like a project character and then somebody who's parked, where you're able to do things. So like it would be like having a raider and a project character, right? It lets you kind of do whatever it is that you feel like doing at the time, and yet it's fine. The reason I don't have a raider right now, one, I don't do a lot of raids in general because I'm just not a big raid guy. But 2, my raiding character build broke, right? Like JavaBot was going to be my raider. I had him all set up for at least temporarily raiding. Wasn't perfect by any stretch, but it did what I was looking for. Like it was a highly survivable. Oops, I didn't get this turned. Highly survivable, self-healing, all the immunities, stay out of danger. Zombie inquisitive build. And I really was like, oh, this is going to be so good for... we need to go the other way. So good for so long, it's going to be fine. And then they immediately had an update, like, the next week. I did, like, 1 set of raids with people. And then they nerfed the build the very next week. They nerfed the build the very next day. And it was a bad nerf. What would you say decentivized it and then re-incentivized it? So I feel like Turbine originally was constantly working on de-incentivizing grouping by putting in bonuses for like everybody in your party staying alive. Which meant essentially that by playing solo and doing the quest by yourself, there were so many people that died in a quest. It was like running a 10% XP potion versus running by yourself, because it was almost guaranteed that someone was going to die in the quest at some point. So when they made that change, it kind of helped. And then coming up with the idea behind true incarnating and let me go back to that first thought. So when they de-incentivized grouping, it incentivized making one very strong character to do the things you want to do. Okay, so that's the first half. The second half is when they came up with the idea of true incarnating to continuously make your character stronger and stronger and stronger. It incentivized you to make the strongest possible character, because then you were like running on that 10% XP potion all the time, right? And then they re-incentivized both grouping and alting with the addition of Reaper and the Reaper bonus experience points for getting things going. So as more Reaper quests rolled out and the more people started getting comfortable with Reaper and doing more and more Reaper stuff, the more people we have in the group, the less likely someone in the Reaper quest is going to get smushed. I think that really incentivizes people to play in groups again. So I would have to like pull up my log. I think I currently have 36 characters. Several of them are just hold things characters now. Some of the characters are over from the hardcore server and are going to get a little bit of work once Samus is done with his triple complete, or the various completionist status. I'll probably run some of them through at the least a lesser, but probably a TR, to kind of make them a little bit more, I don't know, maybe they don't need any work at all actually. But I want to reset up my gear list in such a way that I can use storage characters coming over from the hardcore server to kind of set up my gear planning. And then I also want to take, I'll probably put JavaBot away, and I'll probably use Samus's as my, like my role filling characters, which is the other thing that I was kind of talking about, is that you want to have other characters to fill certain roles. So like this build, for example, is not going to be welcome in every single like raid group or whatever that I'm doing. Just like if I do the build that I did last life, except 17 wizard, 3 rogue, which is what I'm now leaning towards, right? I think that's what I'm leaning towards for my quote-unquote final build. Assuming everything stays the same. Which, don't get me wrong, I'm not ready for my final build yet. But let's pretend, right? Pretend that I knock out my 3 TR lives, or 4 TR lives here, and I'm ready to sit on my heels for a little bit, get up to level 30, chill out, right? Let's just pretend I'm ready for that. Well then, that build, the quarterstaff build, is not going to be desirable in every single group. You're not going to need a medium DPS and a like reasonable crowd control. You're just not going to need both those things, especially someone who has weak fortitude saves, right? Those two things together are going to really put me at a disadvantage going forward. But there's going to be groups where that's going to be very popular. But if I take one of the Samuses and turn him into like a super high DPS, then he's always going to be welcome. There's always going to be a slot in pretty much every single group for a high DPS melee ult or ranged ult or whatever. So, to me, that's kind of my thinking of late. Because we're getting close to that time where I could take a break from TRing and not feel like a massive bum. So I could, for example, I do this, let's say by the end of the year, I do my 4 lives, right? Then I knock out I gotta knock out 2 Artificer lives, which I think I could probably do on Iconic. I'll have it's gonna be really weird, really weird. But I'm gonna do like a PDK, Druid, a Druid Poison Dog probably. It's gonna look weird. And that'll be one of my Alchemist lives. And then I'll have one more Alchemist live. And I won't have to do any more. Is that right? Because you can do a class and an Alchemist life, right? I think that's how that works. So I can knock out a class life and an Iconic life. I believe. I hope so, anyway. Anyway, what else was I saying? Oh, and then I need one more Alchemist life. Something. I don't know what. Not a spellcasting one, probably. Something else. So let's pretend I knock out those 5 lives by the end of the year, which sounds reasonable. And then I fully expect to see Hardcore Server Season 4 around the start of the year. I could see it waiting until after the anniversary event, or as a modified part of the anniversary event, something. But I imagine it's going to be somewhere around the first of the year. Yeah, that seems right. So then we'll be playing on the hardcore server and working on past lives. We'll also have to work on iconic past lives. Or not iconic. We'll need to work on iconic. But epic past lives. Because they've added new epic feats since I... Where did you run off to get murdered? Oh, you found a Reaper. Oh, you pulled this trash over. Okay, that's fair. So then, like I said, I'm sitting on my laurels. I'm probably some sort of quarterstaff int-based build with on a pale man on a dark gnome, doing my dark gnome lives, cleaning up epic past lives, having a good time. That doesn't sound bad. Maybe the quarterstaff build, maybe something else, maybe the necromancer build, maybe something else completely. And then what do I do? Like, I don't think I can solo all the time at level 30 and be interesting. Maybe I can. Maybe me learning some of that stuff will be good. But you see what I mean, though? It becomes... I have tuned my experience. What I am an expert at is level 1 to 20. I am not an expert from level 21. I wouldn't even say I'm a expert at level 20. Expert at level 19. 1 to 19. Biochemist is good with quarterstaff builds or Vishanti. Single target damage. Yeah. I realize it's quite strong. I probably won't be doing the spellcaster version anymore. I feel like, unless they, I hate to say nerf it, because that's really what it's going to need for me to enjoy it. Unless they nerf it some, I don't think I'm as into it. It's just not fun for me. If I say something is overpowered, then you should take that with a pretty big grain of salt there. That if I think something is too good, it's probably too good. We are still cursed. We are no longer cursed. Yeah, Bombardier is just too... It's too over the top. Oh, this guy's super brave. And it really... All they need to change the stripping of immunities to either be the entire spell. I think that's all they need to do. So it doesn't take effect until the last damage of the spell. Hey Infinitely, welcome to the stream. And then it'd be fine. Then it'd be fine. So you cast something else, and then you cast your multi-vial. But when you just cast everything as multi-vial, just multi-vial, just multi-vial, just multi-vial, just multi-vial, just multi-vial, it becomes boring. It's incredibly powerful, but it's very boring. Helpless, huh? See if we're in danger. Nope. That's some damage, but we're not in danger. Danger, danger. Ellery should hopefully throw us a heal soon. There we go, right on time. Or they can change that to a particular spell. Again, you get a lot of the same principles. Of you have to cast 2 spells. What happens if this spell is on timer? At least it puts a little bit of thing back. Well, and it's not that Multi-Vial isn't a strong spell, and it should be a strong spell. It's that stripping of immunity, so every single thing becomes that. If it didn't, again, if the immunity fired off at the last part of the spell effect and not the first part of the spell effect, it would be fine. If you want to cast Multi-Vial to strip the immunity of a monster, that's fine. But the fact that 3/4 of the damage still from that single casting of the spell goes through, it's too much, in my opinion. And it removes the decision making from what spells to cast, when to cast, etc. I think I said it somewhere that Multi-Vial is a hammer. It is. It is a hammer. And everything after you get it looks like a nail. Because there's no reason for anything to make any other decision. Oh, here's a hammer. You just run around and hit everything. You don't have to think about it. You don't have to make decisions. There's hammer, 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 hammer. There's no puzzle solving to it. No thought process involved. So to me, that's the problem. The problem is that there's too much. The damage is fine. Everything else I think is okay. I understand there's always going to be a best. It was so over the top that I didn't find it to be fun after like a level or two. It was still very strong. I might play one on the hardcore server because it is just so over the... Because there on the hardcore server, every decision that you can remove gives you more mental focus to focus on staying alive. Yeah, that's fine. So, Darkhaven says, even if it removed resist after the spell, you would just use your spell essay before Multi-Vial. That's fine. That still gives you 2 things to figure out the timing on. That still gives you the mental focus to go, do I need to cast my SLA first? I feel like it should be one spell that does it, that strips, not every spell that strips. But I understand the idea of having every spell strip. But again, it needs to be the last action for Multi-Vial, not the first. 4 hit point a level on a first lifer is tough on hardcore though. Yeah, I mean, you still have to play smart. And you have to put probably extra points in con and focus on your survivability and your positioning. That's what I'm saying though. Every single one of those decisions, instead of having to worry about at level 12, assuming you live to 12, you have to live to 12. But assuming every single decision after that point becomes staying alive, it frees up the what do I cast, what do I cast. Which is significant. Definitely is significant. Alright, let's call these guys. I don't know. I don't want to seem like I'm harping on it, because Alchemist is an extremely powerful and very, very good class. If you don't have Alchemist, you should get Alchemist and play it. Play it while before it gets nerfed. People would have said that same thing to me though about the melee wizard stuff, if they knew that the nerf the nerf was happening this week. Or I think they would have said that to me. It is a very versatile class. I agree. And just a lot of fun. Like, it is however cheese dick broken you want it to be. Come on, big jump. Let's go. We're tall, we have muscles. Why are we still struggling to make this jump? Oh, no, not even close. Oh, not even close. Alright, well, I guess we're going to have to trust our will save to not get us held inside this trap. Which is not a thing I'm particularly happy with. Nope, there's our failed will save. It says 16 plus 34 save. Which means we must have had a second check casted on us twice. Lay some hands on. I love it. I just agree with you. The Bombarder is boring. Yep. I know a lot of people, it's their favorite class, and I don't blame them for that at all. Again, it's extremely powerful. Can be lots of fun. I'm a person that likes decisions. That's why I play Magic. I play Magic to make decisions, experience different decision trees. Like, I assume most of us would not play chess if we played against a computer that played the exact same way every time. Right? Like, you might figure out... It might be fun to figure out the optimal way to win if against somebody who always made the same plays. But interacting and playing with somebody is what makes it fun. Patreon, question mark? You would like the link to the Patreon? I can do that. There you go, my friend. That goes for anybody else who'd like to help us out financially on the stream. Patreon.com/Samus is the best and most efficient way to support the stream. $1 a month, all the way up to $20 a month. Buys you sweet, sweet lovin's. Sweet, sweet lovin's and other nothings. Yeah, I set up the Patreon, I think, before... Like, the original Patreon was set up before I used Samus Garobo for the Twitch. Or otherwise, I should have set up as Samus Garobo. And I had taken a little bit of time to get things set up. I didn't want to try to set up a second one again. And there wasn't a way to like change your name, which I thought was dumb. Hungaboga! No OnlyFans account yet? Afraid not, my friends. Not yet. When I do, it'll be Samus's feet. He says as he lied. So here's a question. How interested would people be, or what would be the preference? Some drone videos or like some hiking videos? What are people? I guess there's also like the opportunity for magic videos, but I feel like we already have some people who do magic videos here in Salina. Like what kind of non-DDO related content, like real world content, would you guys be into? Hiking is cool. Show off some of the trails here around. I'm also going to hit the bio here really quickly as soon as I know we're out of the zone. Yeah, get our cleave. Yeah. So I almost went ahead and pulled the trigger on a GoPro during the Amazon Prime Day, but the wife and I kind of hesitated, and now I think it's not on sale anymore. But I'm pretty close to pulling the trigger on it again, like a good high def GoPro question mark, just one of the portable cameras, like the small, like not my phone quality, like a good 4D or 4K definition camera, portable camera. Usually water resistant or at least waterproof to 150 feet. Alright, I'm going to use the restroom really quick. I'm going to put a 30-second ad break up. You thinking drone video? I might be able to do both, but I need to make sure that the drone, if I do drone videos, I also have to make sure I have the right, I have to make sure that that I can do some sort of good navigation to be able to line up the videos. Some of the GoPros don't have fisheye effects, and some do. Like I said, it depends on the lens that you put on it. Alright, I'll be right back. 30-second AFK while I use the restroom. Alright, are we back? We're back. So the reason I bring it up, not only for budgetary concerns, but I also want to start figuring out and building the non-DDO related content, and start getting some of that traffic being generated. Mostly because I think a large portion of our content will have to switch to that when we're on the trail, on the bus. I don't think it's going to be more than the DDO content, or maybe it'll be close, or maybe I'll end up starting a second stream or second channel or something. But it is going to end up becoming a significant part of the YouTube channel. How far away am I from finishing the bus? Well, that's a good question. And it really is a budgetary question. So, let me answer that question like this instead of how, like, in a timetable. Let me answer it by pieces that still need to be done. Okay? So, for like top level big projects, the solar still needs to be installed. The roof deck to mount the solar still has to be installed. And a part of the roof deck installation is going to be a actual deck. It'll probably just be like a 10x8 or a 10x10 or whatever it is up there. It's not going to be huge. It won't be. It'll be maybe a third of the roof space, but it's going to be part of it because we're going to have to build it, right? Including getting the ladder access up there. So then we have to get the water running, the water draining into the appropriate containers. So like right now the water, if I have an external water container, like a water jug, everything works through the water jug, but it doesn't, I'm not running it through like the faucet or the sink or anything yet. So I've got to get that tank, I've got to get the pump, I've got to get everything hooked up through the PEX pipe, I've got to get the tools for the PEX pipe, and I've got to get a water heater figured out. Because I don't think I want it to be propane, but I think I'm not going to have a choice in the matter. It's going to have to be propane. And then we have a bunch of finish work to do inside. So like, I'm going to be working on finish work as we do things, but a lot of it's still going to involve buying lots and lots of pieces of wood, stuff like that. So like, I'm going to have to buy, I think, an $80 piece of oak to be able to build one of the walls that I'm working on, for example. May be able to do what I want to do out of the oak veneered plywood, but I don't think so. I think I'm gonna have to use solid wood, solid oak to do what I want. So there's like stuff like that, right? All of the drawer coverings are going to, or the doors, the solid doors are going to be custom built. Those are all going to have to be, the facing for those are ready to be made. Those are all going to have to be oak. Stuff like that. So I still have several $100s of finishing work to do. But a lot of that stuff that we can like trickle in, you know, a couple of things here, a couple of things there. It's not like the solar where you've got to drop $2,000 on it the same day that we decide to buy the solar. So if I had infinite money, I don't know, a month of work, like if I could order all the solar panels today and I could know that I had a month of time where I could work on it, and I wouldn't be interrupted, it'd probably be a month. But then the other part that goes along with it is we got to get this house ready to sell. And there's probably $10,000 worth of repairs / upgrades for this house that I want to do. Including, I think, putting the egress window in this office, which is going to be like $6 grand. So it's going to be stuff like that. Darkhaven says, I would suggest keeping them somewhat separate. Some of your DDO fans won't care about your real life stuff, and some of your real life followers won't understand your DDO stuff. Yes, I will probably end up having playlists, kind of like I do now for bus stuff versus DDO stuff. If one channel grows big enough, I will split it into two, and I'll have two different focus channels. So like, I'll have a video game channel and a bus channel. If they get to the point where they're big enough that I can do that. But I gotta grow one channel to the point where it's helping the income for the effort. So I want to expand the knowledge base or whatever on the one channel first, and then go from there. But you're not correct. You're not incorrect. I have time, so I'm gonna use Ellery to heal up, keep the lay on hand, so I don't have to go back and shrine right away. Not having to take the time to shrine is pretty huge. Oh, let's also check this out. We gained a level, right? Still just +1 at level 5. I kind of hoped that at level 5 it would be +2. It's okay. Hey, there's danger. Danger, danger. Also suspect, and I don't know this for sure, but I suspect that a lot of the DDO people are actually probably more inclined to be excited about the bus stuff than people might think. DDO, I believe, has an older, not exclusively, but on average, I would say the user base is older, more interested in things in general, have multiple interests, which is part of the reason why I continue to focus on DDO over some of the other games that I'm really interested in, because I feel like people are better set up in their life to be able to, spend time doing this, spend time doing that, as opposed to playing one of the games that's like primarily 20-year-old kids, 22-year-old kids. I'm not saying that there's not an audience for that, but I have a harder time relating to that kind of stuff. You were just gonna say that? Nice. I'm glad we're on the same wavelength. People do tend to develop a relationship, assuming that they get in there, do some stuff, which I think is really part of the key to building your fan base, right? Getting to know them, making sure that they feel comfortable coming to you, talking with you, not just flirting with you or calling you names or being your simps or whatever derogatory name they have for people who support your content. And it is possible that I should start working on, like Samus IRL or a specific channel for the Fat Halfling. But for right now, I feel like we should try to grow together. Do not be surprised if someday in the future, when we are traveling the bus full time, that there isn't going to be bus driving streams. I suspect that'll be a thing. Especially if we do end up keeping 2 vehicles. I don't think we will. I think we'll end up going down to just the bus and like maybe some combination of e-bike, electric skateboard, e-board, something. But in the event that we end up having a situation where I'm always driving the bus by myself, I suspect there will be a situation where I will be doing lots of bus streaming, and it'll just be like me driving the bus. You'll see the road, you'll see me, and questions will get read slowly, and things that are too long will have to go. Or wait until we can take more time to respond or read. Also, it's very likely that we might just record some ASMR driving videos of the bus. The bus is not quiet, is what I'm trying to tell you. It is a loud old school bus. I did say it was loud and old, right? It is both loud and old. Alright, I did not look to see if what's his name was up here, but we're just gonna free him anyway. Free the top. And we'll pull these guys back here because I don't want them pulling the other guys around the corner if they can help it. You did not teleport to where I told you to teleport to. Alright, where's the guy shooting lightning bolts? I don't want, what's his name to get in trouble. Okay, they're in here. Some guildies are actually distributed TR'd because he needs to knock out the his racial lives to get his racial capstone back. And Tobrella's on. I'm gonna jump the guy down here. I'm gonna see if I can't just slaughter all this stuff before he gets around the corner. Anyway, we're discussing when to do Maybar on a TR. I'm thinking probably around level uh, 13 perhaps is kind of where my ballpark is at. Doing them at 18 at level 13. But I'm not really sure yet. It could go in a couple of different places. But I think jumping is getting to 15 so you can get to Giant Hold is probably the correct answer. So I'm not really sure. If you guys have thoughts on that, I would love to hear it. Or I guess, honestly, see it. I'm not... Unless I read it out loud, then I can hear it. Got a letter. So Distributed, I guess, is actually tired of doing Giant Hold. I guess he's not a fan. I actually really like Giant Hold still. Giant Hold, it's kind of like Three Barrel Cove to me, in the sense that the experience is really good. It's short. It basically is, it's like half of what you need to get your level, and then the other half of the next level. Which again, for me, I think is kind of great. There's a possibility of doing it instead of Lord March Plaza quests, which is the other half of the level. But I think you could really, any place you decide to plug it in that you just you're not a fan of. So say like, you're somebody who has you struggle in level 9, for example, right? Although there's lots of level 7 quests to do. But maybe you're someone who struggles with those quests. You can right now is a great time to like go knock out Maybar as that help to get you, that hump to get you from there to where you're comfortable again. So like right now I have a guildie Raider who I believe his issue has more to do with the fact that he's taken a long break and has just come back from a kind of long break and getting back into the swing of things, especially on a build that he's not the most comfortable with, is a little bit of a challenge. But I think with the build that he's on, and I think this is true for a lot of people, you could go and do the Maybar vent and kind of get past any like little leveling humps that you may have. You know, like, yeah, I know that I'm doing this now. I'm listening to my wife's content that she's been watching lately. She's a big Brother person, and one of the characters, at least one of the characters there, their favorite word is like, and I feel I'm doing the same right now, just putting like in everywhere. Like, you know, like what I like, you mean? Anyway, apologies. I believe you could use that experience points, especially the first time bonus, but even after the first time bonus, once you've done some of those quests, you're still, especially the almond quests, they're extremely short, and they're like 5k a run, I believe, like 4,900 something. You can power through a couple of different places, I believe, with that experience. So you have lots of options. Alright, we made a Reaper mad, so we'll need to keep that in mind. See if this Reaper teleports back to us. So far the answer is no. I imagine if it will, there it is. I was gonna say, I imagine it'll be soon if it does. So it's 10:30 distributed time. Yeah, it might be time for him to log off. I don't know. This gives me some time. Let's check out where the rest of the guildies are at actually really quickly here. So Brella's 29, which makes sense because I think he was 25 when we logged off last night. Wood is on. Wood is level 4, playing in the crafting hall. Seems very wood-like to me. Distributed is 7. Raiders up to 9 now, so we managed to gain a level. So if I made it to 9 this evening, which I don't know if we'll make it all the way to 9. I think it's possible though. Pretty possible actually. We could definitely do some craziness. If we just got to 7... Well, tomorrow's Friday, so the odds of us getting an opportunity to help out or play with Distributed is low, because he won't be off work probably until we have to turn off to go to the arena. Man, I really hope Wendell's got those waist knots. Maybe I should... Well, worst case scenario, before I order them, I'll message Joey. What has been doing? Idling in the crafting hall? Hey, You can be piking experience with me if you want to pike experience. If you want to send me a tell and you know where this quest is, I will wait for you to get into this quest to finish it, and we're basically done. And all you have to do is get to the front door and step in. Just saying. If that's not something you're into, then I will carry on. I'll give you a second or two here to reply. It'll give me a quick minute to check on my tweeter. So I've been tagged in another Magic the Gathering giveaway, but the question is, what is my favorite deck? My favorite deck of all time or favorite deck currently? Is the question. You dropped your mouse for the 4th time today. You can't see what you're typing. Well, if you say yes, you want to come with me, then I will wait for you. If not, I will carry on with this quest. So my favorite deck of all time is probably Wild Pair with 2s, Wild Pair Control. You would love to, but you can't get it. Okay, we'll get going again then. I don't know how many of you guys are Magic the Gathering fans, but this card is my favorite card. Not necessarily favorite card, but this card right here is the namesake of my favorite deck. It's called Wild Pair. It costs 6 mana, so it's very expensive. And it says, whenever a creature comes into play, if you played it from your hand, you may search your library for a creature card with the same total power and toughness and put it into play. If you do, shuffle your library. So if you play a 2/2 creature from your hand, you can search your deck for a 1/3, a 2/2, a 1/3, or a 3/1, or a 4/0, because the power and toughness has to equal 4. So what I would do is I would pair it with cards like Mystic Snake. I didn't spell Mystic right, but I pair with Mystic Snake, and it says it's a flash 2/2 for 4 mana, which means you can play it anytime you want. Enters the battlefield, counter target spell. I'd play it with I think Venser Shaper Savant is the name of it. Yep. It's another 2/2 for 4 mana, and it says when it enters the battlefield, return target spell or permanent to its owner's hand. And I would play a card called I just turn around because most of the cards are sleeved up right here. That's how much I love this deck. I still have it most of the other. I play this card called Momentary Blink. Mystic Snakes, Pincers, Mole Drifters was another spell. I should build this for Modern. What was that card? Something Lion. I don't see the lion. White main lion? No. Let's just go to white text flash. Modern, compact, creature. Favorite card of all time is Ancestral Recall. Yeah. Ancestral Recall is a good card. Apparently I forgot to do converted mana cost. I'm going to really kick myself when I can't remember this name. And I'm going to read it. I'm going to be like, son of a bitch, how did I forget this? Yeah, it was White Mane Lion. I was right. So White Mane Lion is a 2-mana 2/2. And you can play it anytime you can play an instant. When it comes into play, basically you rescue a creature. You control its owner's hand. Which means if there's no other targets, you rescue it. So you can play Wild Pair, right? Flash in this 2/2. Go get a Vincer or a Mystic Snake or a handful of other utility 2/2s or 1/3s or whatever. And basically you just get in this situation where you go get a free creature, you get White Mane Lion, put White Mane Lion back in your hand. You can go get another free creature, or you can cast White Mane Lion, leave it on the battlefield, and put one of those utility creatures back in your hand. It was just such a fun little combo. It was so bad, because relying on a 6-mana enchantment to make your deck work, you could still do stuff without it, without the 6-mana enchantment, but it certainly made life much more difficult. Compared to having the 6-mana enchantment. Oh wow, we made lots of fun. Lots of friend funds here. Alright, usually I feel like the guy is right around this corner. Perhaps the next one sometimes, but like usually right around here. Did not see him. Alright, if he's not in here, then in my personal experience, let me double check this. Yeah, I don't see him. In my personal experience, then, if he's not in there, then he likes to be... I checked those, right? I think so. And he likes to be in this trapped area, right over here. Which I'm not a huge fan of this trapped area. Anyway, what else was we... Oh, we're talking about Magic cards. So my favorite deck right now is probably Mono White Prison. There he is. Or, sorry, Red White Prison. Although, I'm literally having the most fun I've ever had in Magic playing the new Urza deck that I have assembled. Well, Ellery still lived, and that's what counts. Let's see, what was my other notification here? Oh, I'm just being tweaked by that guy asking me about my favorite deck. Let's just double recall. The guy's already timed out. He's dead. I'm not worried about it. I was kind of hoping one of these end rewards would look like something. That's sad. That's a sad. Alright, what else is going on? Anything? Man, the gear just feels bad today. We need a couple more threes. I kind of want to skip the wards today. It's not my favorite. I mean, a couple of them are fine. I just feel like when I start it, I finish it, and I just don't want to do it. The dark black flowery thingamadiggy deal. Are you talking about a Black Lotus? Black Lotus is pretty good. Black Lotus is strong. I'll give you that. I think I want Lead the Charge. I really like Lead the Charge. At some point we're going to do Great Swords as our primary weapon, I think. But it's going to be a little while. I said I like Exalted Smite. I don't know if we're there yet. I think I just want to take 1 point and lead the charge. By level 9 we want this, I think. The Holy Combatant. So I think we have a little bit of time. +1 to saving throw seems great. Man, somebody make some noise. Also, you got my back seems really strong, because then we could switch out the magic missile spell. We don't even have to switch it out, we just keep it. Yeah, I think I want to pick up this charge now. So, lead the charge is a weird one. You can use it to break things and, like, leap across short chasms. But it's a little bit odd. Oh, that's fine. You're welcome to come and hang out with us in the Discord if you'd like, Wood. Alright, Friar's Niece. Friar up some nieces, huh? So we just need a little bit of experience here to get to level 6, and then we're going to start on 4s. Exalted Smite is a trap. I like Exalted Snipe a little bit. I would take 1 point in it occasionally. It's fine. It's not good. Like, I think it's 2 points to take, right? Let me see it now. So I think it costs 2 points. Maybe not. Maybe it's just a thing. I don't know. I got some value of it leveling up. Which one are you talking about? Any recommendations for a new computer? A good one. Yeah, I don't know. Last time I had a computer done, I've met it, or a friend at Tobrell's actually assembled my computer on Newegg and sent me the thing to put the order together, and then I assembled it all when I got the parts. And I'm going to have to do some upgrades to this. I don't think I'm going to be able to keep this. I can't keep the same motherboard. Nope, I just laid on hands the wrong guy. Oh, I didn't. F you, game. Why are we still killing things? Why don't we just leave? Sometimes you get distracted and you're just like, oh, I'm gonna kill the monsters. Like, why? Refocus on what you're trying to actually achieve, Sam. Tier 3 left of charge. Oh yeah, here we go. Divine Sacrifice. Yeah, this one's also good. Like I said, I usually end up doing a little bit of both. Do I want to do this or do I want to do that? This has like spell power burst, right? Yeah, we'll take it now. But it doesn't matter. We're so close. We're so close to leveling up. And we can just move on. What? Oh, I forgot to talk to the bloody uncle. You can tell I'm tired. Reaper mode. Why don't, if you still have a link, sir, why don't you throw the link at us? And that'll probably answer her question more better. Oh! Not sure which of these things hit me so hard. Something hit us really good, and then I lost the fact that we were about to die. Hey, we stabilized! Nice. Alright, let me look at this. This is funny. It says other wood. Yeah, I actually really like the Acers. I know some people give them a hard time, but my wife and I have both used them in the past to good use, to good success. Oh, no wonder. Continue to not be good at things. Wow, look how many levels I gained without I even thought about putting on my my enhancements. Or my past life feats. Feels so strong and dumb. We're going to take another Warlock feat here, I believe. I know at some point we want to get to 2 Paladin. So let's see. Our next level of Paladin would be Turn Undead. Third level of Warlock is... the difference is that we would get our tier of Enlightened Spirits. Yeah, we probably should just do Paladin. Get to our 5 levels of Paladin, and then go up our 8 levels. That'd be level 13 when we're done. Yeah, that's probably fair. That's probably correct. I did remember to do my Reaper points, yeah. But, yeah, we did it. It's also first level Pally spells. There you go. Oh, finally. I feel complete now. Alright, let's go take a long look at gear here. We'll have a couple of different gear options. Ooh, we should join this raid. Oh, it's probably too late. They probably completed. They probably don't want to wait for me to get flagged either. The meanie pants. What do you mean there's no... Of course there's flagging. I have to be able to get into the zone. At the very least, I gotta get in the zone. Psh, no flagging. Pish posh. If you can afford that MSI Trident, it'll serve you for at least 5 years. What is its processor? It's an i7. Yeah, i7s are solid. That's part of the problem I'm having with this computer right now is that I did not have the money in my budget to go ahead and go with an i7. And it was fine for a long time, but I'm starting to feel it sludge now.
I grow stronger.
I'll have to do some fixes. all about saving, my guy. It's all about the savings. Alright, so we have a couple of different great swords to pick from as our primary weapon now, because we've outgrown the axe here, I believe. This feels closer than it should. Like 75% sure we're gonna put on the charisma. Yeah, we just are. Alright, so now we can do the confiscated heavy mail if we wanted. We can do the card hoarder cladding if we want. Or we can just keep our Twilight Mithril Squirmish chainmail of something else. I forget what it is. Need some sort of ranged weapon. We can get rid of these random boots and put on these random boots. That makes this less likely. You can also carry around the bludgeoning bankroll if we want. I don't know how much it's necessary. Yeah, I think we'll just keep our crafted thing on. So what else are we wearing that's not ideal? I think that's pretty much it. Do I want this Muck's Devastation? Or just keep my generic? Yeah, probably just my generic. Alright, let me see. If you wait till after Christmas, the new one... Yeah, okay. You don't think you have the lifespan to need more than a machine the last 5 years? Yes, you do! Yes, you do. Gonna be around with me forever. How dare you? How dare you? Aw, boo. Okay. Alright, let's, get off the horse. Alright, let's do some number crunching here. $54, $50, $48. It's about a 50. Then we've got it's 3d6 extra damage on this 3d6 lightning damage is not a lot. Alright, let's try this guy. This is the one I've traditionally used. I feel like the damage is roughly the same. Yeah, we'll probably just use this guy. Critting more often seems to be a better plan. Yeah, you like this UI skin? This UI skin is the Gothic Bite skin. If you're interested, you can you can pick it up here. It's definitely growing on me. There's a couple things that I would still like to see tweaked. I left comments to that regard, and I'm assuming that Gothic Princess is going to find their way back into the stream at some point. When that happens, I will give live feedback in the moment as well. A lot of it to like, though. A lot of it, in my opinion, to like. Are you using the same skin? Yeah. There's a couple of things about it that I'm not a fan of, but nothing so crazy. Screw it. I'm just going to get Storm, I think. Let Storm go kill monsters. I don't have to worry about it. Just let it go. And I need a Paladin spell. I need a Paladin spell with no spell components. I guess I take a... Do I take a heal? +1 luck bonus on weapon attack. Is this a luck bonus? This is morale. Alright, sure. That didn't last very long though, right? 48 seconds. Whatever. Go to town. We don't have any action points, right? Nope. Yeah, just a couple of things need to be changed. If I'm being honest, that replacing the main DDO logo, I'm not a fan of. And then the gray, how dark this overlay is on the gray to signify that it's equipped is too dark. It needs to be probably 70% or even 60% of what it's there. And then the quest selector background, it's actually grown on me quite a bit, the art and stuff in here, but I think the scale mail, dragon scales, whatever, needs to be calmed down a little bit. It's just too busy right in this area. But you fix those couple of things, I think I would be pretty pleased with it overall. I think this Plague Reaper is going to come play. Ooh. Definitely this Fear Reaper is going to come play. Well, the other thing you could do is you can make Talab come over to your house and assemble it for you. If your weapon is force, it can't break slimes, right? I don't know. Alright, so the imbue weapon, it says they're considered shadow blades and gain an additional enchantment bonus. Which, by the way, we haven't checked to see what change on this it's made. Yeah, it's still just +1. I don't even think it gives the damage, like, it doesn't change the damage to force or anything even like that. Yeah, it's an imbue like an elemental D6 damage from an artificer or +1 weapon or one of those perks. Get out of here, you scum. Yeah, I really like this charge. It doesn't really leap across chasms and stuff like that, but it can boost you across things really quickly. Alright, let's give it a shot. Our weapon is force, there's an ooze right here. Beef says it still does slashing, so it split oozes. Oh no, I just smashed that one. It should have split. Does it really make it force? Oh, I didn't even notice that. It does say it's force. That's cool. We're using the force. Where's Tobrel? That's a joke for Tobrel if I've ever heard one. That makes it perfect for killing rust monsters. Oh my god, this thing is like the best prestige class to splash ever. Yeah, I did look at the weapon type, the weapon metals. Demon Soul here. I'm assuming that up here is a troublemaker. I didn't see any troublemakers. That's right, use the force. I have a Darth Samus. It might be time to re-love Darth Samus here. I guess we're gonna find out if these oozes split. Oh, that ooze split. Yeah, okay. It doesn't prevent them from splitting, unfortunate. Ooh, Fragmente. Hello, Fragmente nurse. I have a random genned greatsword with Keen, Pure Good, +2, And then I put a Icy Festival Burst on it years ago. It's just one of my go-to level 6 for two-handed fighting builds. Has been for years. It's not dying from oozes because it's made of force, because we have the Shadow Blade imbue.
Good day.
Going to bed, boys?
I'll go to bed.
Give me a second. I'll give you a kiss.
One.
Good enough, you crabby. You need to go to bed. You're that crabby. That's right. You get a smile on that face. I love you. Grab your booty.
Good job. Alright.
What's going on with you?
I'm tired. I'm going to bed.
You better keep smiling and get to bed. You're going to get beat.
Shut your face.
You shut your face.
Shut your face.
Oh. What are we fighting? Nothing? He got it while I was gone? Good. Good man. Get a room? I'm in a room. The other thing about it is you can use it to break breakables. So if there happens to be a chasm or something, you can use it to break chasm to jump across. This build sucks at killing helmed hordes. It's probably fair. Sucks at killing stone elementals, or not stone elementals, stone champs. Shucks. Got our ghost touchy. What is aggravating the most is that it doesn't... I thought it was going to give ghost touch because it's force, but it doesn't. You pull that lever. Let's see, we're down. Whew. Good to see not all the dorks are as hopelessly as alone. I mean, it's just a matter of time. She's gonna wise up one of these days. She's gonna get tired of the bus. She's gonna like want to find a man that has a house. I'll be gone. I can't keep tricking her forever, right? Soon you have the ore burst for Stone Guard champs. That's true, but I don't know how good it's going to be. Thanks for hitting the 2 button there. Oh, that was too soon. The lag has been just slightly off. Just slightly. It is a Warlock Paladin. It's in the title. Right? We're calling it the Celestial... like Pally Lock, I think is what I called it. Depends on your enhancement in your gear. Maybe. I have a feeling that it's just never going to do that much damage because it doesn't have that many Warlock levels to kind of back it up. WarPally, Pally Lock, whatever I called it. The current plan is 12.8. Oh, I saw something sparkle. Warladin. That's nice, but that's a lot of word. I probably didn't need to use that yet. This probably needs to go over here as like more of a short-term boost. Oh, I don't want to kill that first, right? Honestly, don't know if it matters. I don't think there's enough that I can get a bonus by killing him last. With the 12.8 build, can you get a better crit profile? Probably, right? Where's the crit profile hidden? Ooh, Ghost Touch down here? Where's the crit profile up here? I know Holy Retribution does stuff. Yeah, I don't know. From Holy Sword? I don't think you get Holy Sword until level 14. Holy Sword is Paladin level 4 spell. Yeah, level 14 is when you get your 4th level Paladin spell. Alright, time to just save points. Or I can pick up... Oh yeah, we need to save points so we can do Greatsword for as our favorite weapon. That's what we need. Now it's time. It's not as necessary as previous ones, but still good. The Palicores go up with melee damage. Melee or range power. Not spell power. Tested, they scale with spell power. Ah, so it's described incorrectly. or bugged. Either way, same thing. 6 of one, half dozen of the other. You know what I forgot? Should actually physically drag that onto the bar, probably. Also, why I'm testing things. So it's added impactful to the Shadow Blade. So now it's 2d6 force damage. Okay. You know what really kind of amuses me about this? Is that, what are these guys? I mean, these guys might kill the guy, right? But I'm gonna go break all of their stuff. I saw. I did see something fall. What do you mean, what? It's the bad guys that are coming in here. We're going to try to kill everybody. And I'm going to wreck all their belongings. You could do 14-6 instead if you wanted to do Warley Lock. If I wanted Holy Sword. Yeah, maybe. I don't know yet. We'll see. The problem with giving up... So, one of the things if you do 8 levels of Warlock, you'll have the ability to swap the human Dragon Mark feat out. So you lose the Dragon Mark D-Door, but you'll be able to pick up a different feat, and you can take the... You'll be able to take the D-Door as a spell. Good morning, V-Love. We are playing a Paladin Warlock Celestial. And we're testing out the new Charisma to Damage and some of the other perks out of the Illusionist tree to kind of make it all happen. Mostly because wanted to take the time to show off the some of the new things, and we'll be working on shifters in our next build. So this seemed like a good as chance as any to sword some people. I could also take tier 5 Enlightened Spirit for Didor. Yeah, that does not sound good at all. There are plus and there are trade-offs both ways. It's probably because they're considered the same kind of stance, Suma. It's kind of like you can't be an undead bear either, which makes little sense to me, but they're both top tier thingies. I always love it when V-Love just like shouts out random ideas. Please attack. Please just stand there. I mean, you're welcome to intimidate again. Intimidate the trash, but please attack. You can be an undead bear. You have to be raised as a zombie, then shipped. I stand corrected. I stand corrected. You've got 47 cleats so far tonight for Night Rebels. Oh, keys. Keys. Yeah, I feel like I was averaging 7-ish keys per run, and then someone's like, "No way!" And then I did two runs, and I got 2 on both of them on the stream. So I feel like as long as nobody's watching, I can get a bunch of keys. I thought I saw a baggie. Keep trying to smite evil with the 7 button. Maybe I should move it. Pay the niece $50 to farm for you. That'll get it done. Although, you might just be able to buy $50 worth of astral shards and just buy them right off the auction house for that price. You won't get the extra experience, though. You never healed yourself, not one time. You're the worst favorite soul ever. Is that skiing? Maybe. No, this is Storm. Doesn't make him not the worst favorite soul ever, though. Still hasn't healed himself. I mean, it's a good thing I don't need him to heal me, but... So I really just brought him to distract. If I'm being honest. Oh, he healed himself. Watch out, everybody. He gained... Oh, he's still gaining hit points. He's at 34. He's doubled his hit points. With 3 casts. Pew pew pew. You don't log into the hardcore. Or you click on the heart. It says transfer. When you log in, up at in the load-in screen, instead of logging into the server, it says transfer. And then you'll go through the transfer menu. It'll say like from which server. You'll click all the characters and then what to what server. Yeah, it's in the launcher. So I found the next thing for people to get me. Mostly V-Love, because V-Love messed up my plans. My evil plans. Let me pull up the link. It's not as necessary now as it was when I was planning on going and helping V-Love. But, look at this thing. You might go, Samus, why do you need a gun? It's not a gun. It is an air rifle. It is basically a grown-up BB gun. Apparently you're getting, like, if you pump it all the way full, you're getting about, what did the guy say? 15 to 18 shots, depending on which power level you shoot it at. It shoots a 50 caliber BB or arrows. They make arrows for this thing. It'll take down a deer if you need to go deer hunting, which means it'll definitely take down a person. Maybe not forever, but for long enough. They might even make beanbag rounds for it too now. I'm not sure. Alright, it's 3. Let's call it 4. Oh, man. I know, I was watching another one of the... I've really gotten into like the 30-day challenges where they go out and they basically survive in an area off whatever they can hunt and gather and fish. Really kind of gotten into those. And I was watching another one, and a guy got his. He spent 2 days sighting it in, or yeah, 2 days sighting it in. And I haven't actually seen him hunt anything with it yet. But it looks like the most fun that you could possibly have on the planet with air. Actually, the most fun you can have with air is the pumpkin cannon contest. I don't know, man. I feel like it's close. I feel like it could go either way. I feel like it could go either way. I don't think it's quite the same. But you're not wrong. Very loose set of rules. I'm only allowed to shop from Walmart, Safeway, and Whole Foods on my 30-day challenge. I don't know. I think part of what my brain is telling me, and I don't know how true this is going to be, but part of what my brain is telling me is that when I'm on the bus, I'm going to want to do my best to harvest some of my own food. I'm not going to be able to have a garden because we're going to be traveling. So the only way to do that is like pest hunting. So like typically that means squirrels, sometimes rabbits. Sorry, my brain realized that I may want a fireball scroll here. Nah, we don't need a fireball scroll. Well, no, we don't need a fireball scroll. Anyway, so I think my brain, like, I've been looking at some of the high power slingshots. I've looked at some of the like slingshot arrow kits. Just looking at a bunch of different stuff like that. Maybe even I have a couple of different bows and arrows, but nothing like really good. LJ does bow and arrow, or LJ and Tobrel both do archery hunting and archery practice. So like maybe I get in with them, get some practice. I used to be a pretty good shot before my eyes got bad. But just, I don't know, that kind of stuff has been getting to me again. I've been looking at hatchets, trying to find a good one for being able to do some, you know, basically separate small chunks into 5-inch chunks so I can put them in the stove that I plan on buying. Stuff like that. Hatches, little saws. Oh, Gravity Y, you son of a beach. Alright, let's just go ahead and drink our Freedom Movement potion here. Oh, quest is done. That was fun. Let's get the GTF out of here. Come with me if you want to live. There's Grandma. Grandma's hot. Come with me if you want to live, Granny. Where's the wife? Alright. Is that everybody? Do we find everybody? No, we're missing one still. Where'd the last guy go? grab these and I'll be done. I'm not going to run around forever. This guy knows his hatchets and stuff. Is it, yeah, I was gonna say, is it Wrangler Star? And it is. Yeah, I've been watching this guy's videos too. He recommends a, what does he call it? A Swiss Forester axe, which is kind of what I'm looking at as well. He does a lot of like take different axes out and try them and play with them and stuff. So yeah, I've been watching a lot of him. Part of the reason I'm getting away from him right now is he's getting a little over the top. I don't know if preachy is the right word. What's the word I want to look? What I want to say? You're always welcome to ask questions, especially if you ask them. No, what? He's borderlining on the Civil War is coming talk. And I don't think we're there yet. We'll see what happens. You're gonna go watch the town hall stuff? Nice. Yeah, I skipped that one so far. I'll watch it later. I suspect the answer is going to be people. Like, I already seen that people are tweeting out Joe Biden won the debate. Which is pretty easy to do when there's not a debate. But we'll see. Anyway, have fun. He convinced me to buy the Benchmade 940. Yeah, he, what's he on now? I think he just retired his Benchmade. This, in the last year, I think. Which is funny because I've been watching some of his older stuff and I'm actually was looking at the Benchmade also. I just hadn't, I think I'm going to get a hatchet first. I don't really need a pocket knife other than what I have. I prefer the neck knife style anyway. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4. For a fixed blade knife. 1, 2, 3, 4. I just need to find a better chain for the one that I was carrying for a long time. Okay, so we don't have any rogue levels, so we're going to show off the solution to this, how to solve this without having trapping skills. Beef actually told me about this, so shout out to Beef. Thanks for this particular advice. But if you click on these and you click the various strength, dexterity, intelligence, wisdom, and your score is reasonable, no connections. So we look for dexterity. Still no connections. No connections. Now see, now with the wisdom it says there's lightning, so we're gonna leave the item alone. We're gonna move the next one. And basically you click through these things. This one's poison. Ah! I was gonna say it's poison, we don't have to click on it, but then my brain just clicked on it anyway. The spider, you know, this might be what he switched to. That's maybe not that particular one, but it sounds correct. It's fine. We should be able to complete with the gibbers here. I hope, assuming that we get lucky. You gotta click the right thing. So there's a fire. No! Oh, but I'm immune because I'm dead. Haha! Joke's on me. Alright. Alright, so that's acid. No connections. No connections. Open the door. Take the item. There we go. We did it. Second time's the charm. No! No! We needed like one more second. Alright, we'll do the quest again. That's hilarious. Oh, I bound on the boat. You piece of ass. I know, the other thing I'm looking at is one of those almost cutlass style solid blade, solid forged knives. There's not like a manufacturer that I've seen yet. There's a lot of the guys who go out and they do like various challenges or whatever. They'll have a knife of a similar design. At least I always think of it as a cutlass style. It's like half cleaver, half... What's this? Oh yeah, I remember you showing me your knife. Your custom fireball knife. The Falcata style blades. That's like the kukri. Yeah, no. I've used those for things before, but I didn't care for it. No, they're like almost half cleaver, but with a point. I don't know, I need to look around and see if I can find the style. There's a... I have to go back and see if I can find the video. There's a very popular video maker. I see him a lot on my YouTube, not my YouTube, my Facebook feeds. And he specializes like going out to the wild and like making a meal out there. What's this? Yeah, let's see that. I mean, that's much larger than what I'm looking for. So, it's more like this, except typically the ones that I've seen, the point even goes even further around. And I've seen a couple of different cleaver styles more like this. Or this. I'm not sure I like this one as much, because I think I still want the rolled tip for filleting, which is why this one might be a little bit better. But I don't know. I'm looking for something to to replace several of my knives. I want to be able to break down large pieces of meat, and I also want to be able to clean game. Question: I'm looking to make a free-to-play character. I want to make an Elder Knight Wizards. What stats should I have? What feats should I get? Plus, what weapon should I use? That's called a Warncliffe blade shape. Let me look at that. Yeah, the ones with the downward curve. Yeah, those. Like I said, I'm not sure that's what I want. So my last life, I did what I'd recommend is a 17 wizard, 3 rogue, quarterstaff build. Mine was int based, but it could also be dexterity based. It's up to you. Okay. And I used quarterstaffs, and I think that kind of worked really well for me. I did a wrap-up video, but it's not up yet. But if you go to my YouTube channel, turn this off for a second just in case something crazy shows up on my stream. Then I scare everybody away with my random YouTube videos. If you go to my channel and you look at my past videos here, if you look at the first half of TR Day, I did a little bit of the build review. Let me just copy the video at the current time. I obviously didn't watch it or anything, but this is very this is what I did, and I did 16-4, and I didn't think that it was as good as a 17-3. This staff lunge and exploit weakness, I don't think was as worth it as I thought it was going to be. However, you could tweak this as much as you want or not. Did that answer your question, Alpha Flyer? All right, sweet. And I will have just that video uploaded sometime soon. I recorded that segment when I did it. I just hadn't had the time to do that yet. I lied. I did have the time to do it. I just haven't got around to doing it. Care about this? I do not. Okay. Sorry. Now I'm really trying to find this knife, or one of these knives in particular that I've been looking at since my knife expert is here, aka Beef. I do not see what it is that I've been looking at. So this manganese steel meat cleaver is close, but still not quite right. I swear it's almost like a cutlass. Like it's heavy on the chopping area, but it's got a nice area that rounds over for the point, so you can slide in for clean, like filleting a fish or whatever. The worn clip allow for more fine motor control at the tip in even a moderately long blade. Yeah, I'll have to take a look at it. Yeah, thanks, Alpha. Like I said, I have no problems putting out stuff. I have several builds, again, on my YouTube channel. A couple of them are pretty good for getting started. So, like, for example, I have several videos on how I got my level 25k on the hardcore reviews, etc. I would take a look at those as like a not having anything first life build. Have a good night, Smash. Kind of take a look at that. I did a Stick Monk. This hardcore Pale Master guide is similar. Could be similar to what you're looking for. I bet you the Fire Fister is what Raider is trying to follow and is forgotten / gotten stuck. So yeah, I would point people towards my YouTube channel to answer those kind of questions. But if you have any specific questions, I'll be happy to answer. What is a Pale Master? So DDO is split into, you have class, right? So like your base classes, fighter, wizard, monk, etc. And you have enhancement points that you get, and then you have enhancement trees. So one of the enhancement trees that wizard has is Eldritch Knight. Another one is Pale Master, and the other one is spend 1 point and get Magic Missile. So the Pale Master is a tree focused around negative energy and undead specifically, which is one of my favorite ways to DDO wizard. I find it to be extremely strong. I do like neck knives. Normally my neck knives are fixed blades though, so actually that is cute. I've shown you my neck blade, right? I'm sure I have. It's upstairs right now. I've been using it as my knife, like my everything knife upstairs. Yes, you could be a lich. You could be a wraith. You could be a zombie. You can be a vampire. Yeah, looking at the Blade HQ, they don't have what I'm thinking of. So it must be a custom made thing. I'll have to, if next time I see one of his videos, Beef, I'll snap the URL so you can look at it. Not really an anti-mage. Like it's very spell heavy, It's just it focuses on negative energy and doing cool stuff with your undead. That's why I have a bunch of videos. I kind of explain it and show how it works and stuff like that. Yeah, it's more along the lines of God, I wish I could think of a way to describe it. It's just like a specialty wizard, but in necromancy. Don't die this time. We'll see. No promises. The really nice thing about the Pale Masters is starting at level 3 with a few of your action points in the Pale Master tree, you can go into what they call an undead form. And the reason why it's really good for free-to-play or new players is that the undead form is very defensive. So, like, you're going to get either a lot of extra constitution, you're going to get miss chance opportunities, you're going to pick up some self-healing, or you'll pick up a little bit of constitution, but a little bit... Oh, I know why we died. We didn't jump on the bed. Some extra intelligence, and some other defenses, as well as a lot of immunities. So, like, if you're undead, you're immune to poison. If you're a wraith, you don't have any flesh, and therefore you're immune to being turned to stone by Medusa. Stuff like that, right? So it makes life a little bit easier for new players gear-wise. So you don't have to quite... You pick up a lot of immunities. You also don't have to worry about, like, underwater action, because you don't breathe. Stuff like that. Yeah, my only problem with the vampire build is that, alright, let's look through this a little bit more carefully, is the extra damage for the light spells. I know you can deal with that after a little bit, but early on it's really really problematic early. But at some point I do want to try one. Maybe that's what one of the shifters becomes. Maybe I do some sort of like vampire shifter hand wrap thing. There we go, did it. Yeah, that's why we try to crowd crawl and insta kill the light champs, exactly. Yeah, I was rethinking about the shapeshifter stick build earlier today. I'm just not sure it's the right call for anything that I have in the plans right now. It could be though. Man, I can't believe it's already 11. I was really hoping to be higher level than this by now. I want to blame that death. Oh man, if it wasn't for that death, we'd be 8, but that's not true. We only lost like a couple of minutes. Alright, Minotaur and the Kobold are going at it. I'm gonna go upstairs up here and just smush this guy's face in. Alright, buddy, have a great night. Like I said, when I get a chance, I'll, if I get a chance or figure out what that is, I'll try to remember to snag a shot. Thanks for your help, as always, my friend. And, of course, your support, as always. Looks like it's just me in the voice chat. I always like getting these chests if I can. I'm not sure why, it just makes me smile. Oh, I should have jumped. Yeah, you're welcome to, again, if you have questions or anything, you're welcome to ask. I do my best to keep an eye on the chat, by the way. So, and I do stream Monday through Friday. Friday night I do have to go into my, not my day job, but I do have to go into my other job Friday evening, so I just do the morning stream on Friday. But if you PM a question or whisper me a question, if I'm not around, I'll still do my best to try to answer it. So, or anything else really. It doesn't have to be a question. Also, there's a Discord channel. If you really have a lot of questions, you can. There's always somebody watching the Discord, pretty much. And if you would like, I'll be happy to send you the Discord link. Yeah, we try really hard to have a very user-friendly new player environment here. Two negs. What a ripoff. Oh, nice. Small Dragostron Fragmente. Let's click all of our boost buttons and let's go to town. Later. Boink. Grouping can be difficult. But it can also work out really, like, you can also find a good one. So, depending on the server you're on, you can go to the forums, and in the forums area, there's, like, not looking for groups, but, like, that is not what I wanted, DDO Wiki. The DDO forums. So you can go to the forums. Actually, let me make sure that I'm... Okay, either I'm logged in already, or it doesn't matter. So anyway, if you go into in here, right, in the forums, and you find like your server, so like my server is Sarlona, for example, right? And you go into Sarlona, you're gonna see lots of different Sarlona themed stuff. And you're also gonna see a marketplace and guilds. So if you click up here to guilds, for example, you'll be able to find all sorts of things. You can put a post in here like, hey, I'm new, I'm looking for a guild. Like, here's one looking for a guild. And you can just get in here and be like, hey, I'm looking for a guild, blah, blah, blah. You can also go into... there's another place that you can go look. There's a recruitment thing. Like, these are guilds looking for players. So, like, if you happen to be on Thelanis, Magefire Cannon is looking for people. Several on Thelanis, it looks like. Looking for those who wish to stop and smell the roses, roleplay quest to join guild. Galanda for characters, Thelanis, Kyber. So, like, you find a good guild, and then you can get in here. Your typing skills suck. Yeah, no, I follow. I'm just saying that if you go through here and you start to find, like, you can find an active guild that's looking for people. So, like, for example, my guild, the Defense Guild, is not looking for people actively right now. But if I were to look to see who's on, right now I just have one friend of mine who's on. But if I were to look at who's on, and then I sort by guild, you can look through here and you can see, like, Tycoons of Tomorrow's got a lot of people on it. Burning Hand has a few. Wolfpack's got a couple. And I don't know all these guilds, but you can just look in here and go, oh yeah, like, you might recognize the High Lords. That's Voodoo's guild. He's 1, 2, 3, 4 High Lord people on. But, like, there's different kinds of guilds. Some of them will, you know, some of them do X, some do Y. Some like to raid, some like to TR, some like to put together static groups. You just have to, if you get out there and you advertise like, hey, I'm new, I'm looking to learn, you're going to find people out there who are like, hey, we're willing to help teach new people. That is all I'm trying to say. Alright, I think I'm going to take a quick 30 seconds to use the restroom here. I gotta turn that down too. That's very bright. I guess we'll head back to the guild ship. We got to figure out some more fours to do. Fours. Alright, be right back. 30-second ad break while I use the restroom. Alright. I'm back. You guys should be back. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for hanging out through the ad break. I really do appreciate it. Let me take care of this thing. We're probably going to have a second where things are going to get a little janky for a second. We're in the process of setting up our next Roll20 Dungeons & Dragons adventure. And, trying to figure out... trying to figure out how to... Here we go. Alright. That's controlled by Dustin. So, sorry, I'm setting up things for my peoples here. Getting their characters. Oops. All right. Are we using... Yeah, we're using 5th edition rules for this upcoming campaign. Which means I have to dust off the 5th edition rules. We did Pathfinder 2 for the last couple of things, and I don't think very many of us liked it. So everybody basically asked to go back to Pathfinder. Or, sorry, everyone asked to go back to 5th edition rules. Well, and I haven't DM'd more than like a one-off standalone adventure in 10 years, probably. I took a bit of a break from DMing. I kind of burned myself out. I used to be our group's only DM for, like I said, literally 15 years, maybe. So I got a little burnt out. I need some sand. So I said I ended up taking a break for quite a long time, and now I'm excited to get back into it. What campaign are we in at the moment? So I'm not playing in this campaign. I took the summer off to work on my bus conversion. I'm converting a school bus into a tiny house. So my friends they did a homebrew thing where Ben is actually DMing, and he is DMing Pathfinder 2. I don't think they have like a. I don't know if they've figured out what he's doing yet, or if it's just some random homebrew thing. You've been playing D&D since you're 13 and you're now 55. That sounds really familiar, except I am 40? Started playing when I was 11, I think. Or 12. Somewhere in that ballpark. People tend to like get me going on my origin stories into Dungeons and Dragons. And then it turns into my sad song, so if you don't want to hear my sad song, I apologize. But basically, I had a very abusive stepmother. Like, top tier abusive stepmother. And I needed to... If it wasn't for Dungeons and Dragons, I would be in a very bad spot right now. Either dead or worse. So thankfully, a couple of amazing individuals, Andrew and Tracy, they were a senior and a junior in high school, and I was... no, that's not right. Yeah. Yes, that is right. I don't think Andrew or Tracy. Sorry, I don't think Andrew was a junior. I think he was a sophomore that year. Because I got to hang out with 2 years of Tracy or Andrew. Anyway, that doesn't matter. The point is, they must have been a junior and a senior. Yeah, they must have been a junior and a senior. Anyway, when I was in middle school, my last year of middle school, and for whatever reason, they invited me to check out a Dungeons and Dragons game with them. I don't know why. So I basically made an interesting excuse. Got to take off. Spent the night at my mother's house. Was able to get away. Talked to my mother into letting me go play this Dungeons and Dragons game with these guys. And I was the kid in a room with a bunch of older people. They were all young adults, looking back at it now. They were not much older than me. The oldest was probably like 27. But I remember feeling like really in awe that I was hanging out with all these old, these adults and people, and I was funny and refreshing and had no idea what was going on, and all this stuff happened, and yeah, it was an eye-opening, amazing experience. I fell in love with Dungeons & Dragons from that very first night. I think a lot of us do. And I think it had everything to do with the environment and the escape from morality and getting an opportunity to like be badass instead of being a victim. And it gave me the escape that I needed to not fall into the traps that I was being led down. So I am grateful for those two fools, as well as everybody else in that group. Blake was the DM at the time. I learned a lot from Blake over the years. I wish for the life of me I could think of Blake's last name, so I reach out and try to find him on Facebook. And Sarah, same thing. Like, there's so many of these people that I only know, like, their character name. Because I didn't realize that what was going on. And, like, Blake moved away to Oklahoma City after a couple of years. Like, Blake was my DM for almost entirely through high school. And then he, like, moved to Oklahoma City. Which is 5 hours away from where I live now. And, the group changed. And another group grew closer. And now we play Dungeon... Like, the group that kind of developed after that, Tobrell and Ben and Chris and Whitty and LJ, Zach... Now we play pretty much every Sunday for the last umpteen years. We have holidays together, celebrate birthdays together. Like, we're family. We go to each other's events, do things. So, like, I regret not keeping in touch with those guys, but I just didn't, again, because you don't know, in my opinion, you don't know this stuff until later. Didn't know how important those early Dungeons and Dragons people were until I looked back and I was wonder how they're doing and what's going on. Every once in a while, I'll see Tracy. Tracy's on Facebook. He's in a couple of Facebook groups with us. But he's busy, like, doing whatever real life job he does, and he writes fantasy novels on the side. I don't think he's actually got anything published. And then, Andrew's off living his life, being awesome. Every once in a while, I try to get a hold of them on Facebook, but it's not always easy. When he graduated high school, he moved off to Kansas City and living the life that he wants to live, which is pretty great. Yep, sounds good, my friend. I'm just going to continue to make ranty noises at nobody then, or anybody who's listening. But yeah, Dungeons and Dragons is an amazing thing that people don't understand how it can affect your life. I guess it's like any hobby, though. I could say the same thing about some of the people that I've learned to play Magic with. You know, they touch your life, and you maybe you don't get quite the same level of connection because it's a competitive game and not a cooperative game, but similar, I suppose. All right, anybody who's watching, here's a little trick / piece of advice for you. Don't try to kill that stuff until later. Let them come fight in the acid. They'll take a whole lot more acid damage than you will. Because you're smart enough to go stand on something tall and they don't know any better, and they'll just stand in that acid and get you murdered. Silly mobs. Acids for losers. Alright, same thing. We're going to come stand over here and kind of force them to fight us in the acid to be able to fight us. Same thing here. We're gonna make them, force them to fight us in the acid if they want to fight us. It's kind of like our go-to plan for. Then we're gonna go ahead and shrine here too, I think. I'm gonna save it. I'm not coming back. Grab a siesta here. Hey, we have a patron. New patron signed up. Thank you very much, my friend. I'll have to... It was 2 hours ago. I'm going to have to send that person a thank you note. I got an email from classmates here. And if I remember correctly, I do not. So strange. Anyway, I got a... message from one of my old D&D players. And I don't know if I can use that name to track down everybody else, if I could find them on Facebook. I don't think so. Now, see, this is, like I said, this is the problem. People get me thinking about the past and things that, like, I can do, and then I get distracted. That's alright. Alright, let's get back to work here. We got monsters to slay. We're wasting experience here. So I need to reach out and see if I can find some of these people. Alright, anyway, let's push all that aside and get some work done. Monsters don't hack themselves. That's the sad truth of the matter. Yeah, I'm trying to spam that 7 key. There's nothing on that 7 key yet. Wonder how long it's going to take for me to put something else on the 7 key. So I can actually do something. Start reprogramming myself for what's actually on that 7 key. Welcome back. I managed to distract myself for pretty much the entire time you were gone by not doing the quest. Always my plan. What are you fighting? Don't know, but stop it. That guy just tried to heal himself for 4. Worst favored soul ever. 29. 31. He's at 31. You have 2 characters. One is an elf ranger and the other is a human wizard. Yeah, Ranger's a kind of complicated... It shouldn't be, but it seems complicated. A lot of people used to call the Dwarven Ranger the easy button of DDO, but it's been a long time since that's been true. Now they both suck. Yeah, that's fair. So the two builds slash classes I always recommend to new people is either your standard human paladin or your standard human cleric, depending on how much you like casting spells and figuring out things. So like if you're an experienced Dungeons and Dragons person, you'll be familiar with like the concepts of domains for clerics, stuff like that, spells. So you can get really interesting builds on your clerics now in DDO. Didn't used to always be quite so flexible, but it has certainly improved in the last couple of years. But Human Paladin is just straight up in a good spot right now. It's pretty straightforward and good slash fun to play. That's honestly what I'm doing is Human Paladin with a little bit of Warlock splashed in, but you don't have to have the Warlock splashed in at all. Eldritch Knight is in a really, really good spot. They just got nerfed a little bit. So some of the top tier people are missing it. Missing some of the nerfs right now, but a lot of it's fine. Okay. It was a little over the top before probably, and now they kind of pulled it back into where it probably should have been in the first place. So it's not the end of the world. It's just people every time you roll something back that was almost too good, people get upset. And that's kind of what just happened with Eldritch Knight. And again, I am a person that is pretty pro good stuff. I'm not gonna tell you I'm not. We're not there yet. Only thing I do not know is what to do with this race. Oh god. It did not get pulled. Well, if you've Dragonborn is an extremely powerful class, or race, I mean. If you already have... Oh my god, you slowed me down. Son of a bitch. If you already have Dragonborn, it's hard for me to recommend going another direction than continuing to work your Dragonborn goodness. That being said, depending on how long you play and what your goals become, you'll find several different things that you probably will like. We don't have Dragonborn yet. Okay. Well, Drow you'll unlock with favor as you play the game, so you can get it for very easy for free. At least on a per server basis. Across server basis it's usually easier to buy it. If you're gonna server hop, although if you're gonna server hop, you can get a lot of points at the very beginning for free by just playing a lot on the different servers. So that's another thing you can do to like check out a lot of the game. You can server hop and play at a couple hundred favor on each server. Man, that Carnage Reaper got us good, didn't he? Probably still okay, but we're gonna have to be a little bit on the careful side. We could take a death here, and I don't want that to happen, obviously. Alright, our shield spell we're off. Let's re-shield. Our heroism we're off. Did. Good, we picked up another Reaper. Just what we were looking for. Alright, that one died. All right. We are still a couple ranks off. I don't know what else I actually want to do. Rest for the Restless is fine. I don't love Irestone Inlet. Probably should do it. Don't want to. For whatever reason, that's one of the quests that I've kind of grown to not be a big fan of. this might be a time that we're going to have to go do one of the quests, just because I don't really want to do other stuff. One of the Night Rebels quests, just because I don't want to do other things. Probably be fine. So once we get to 11, or sorry, once we get to level 7, then we'll have quests lined up. We'll be golden. We just got to get to level 7. Again, we're not super far away. We could get there tonight for sure. I mean, we're gonna get there tonight. We could get to level 8 tonight if I pick up my pace slightly. Put a stick in my butt and get back to work. Stand out of the way of all these archers. Oh, you know what else we do actually have? Turn Undead now. Return Undead may not be the worst. It's probably not good enough. It's going to be like 11 turns behind everything else, but we might occasionally get something. Good girl. Alright, let's see if we can turn something. I think the answer is going to be probably not. Oh, we turned them both. At least feared them. I'll take it. It's pretty good. I mean, honestly. Oh, we exploded both of them. Wonder what we rolled. Maybe I underestimated my power. This guy? It's got to be hitting this guy. Explode! No, he's not going to explode. He's a jerk. Alright, the door's open now. Let's go. I was not expecting the ability to actually turn that guy at all. But we do have a lot of past life-esque turning capability lives here, so maybe they make a difference. Maybe it's enough. Maybe we carry around a turning stick too. I don't know. Be gone, evildoer. be gone! Well, not gone, but still. He still's pretty good, right? Of course it would drop a chest as well. No chance we're going to be able to pull this chest, right? Oh, probably not. Be still, foul beasts. Take it all back. I take it all back. We're the greatest. We are the GOAT. Man. Alright, what do we have left? I need 15,000 experience. What else can we do for 15,000 experience that isn't going to drive me insane? Just go do Firestone Inlet. Sure, whatever. Whatever. Firestone Inlet it is. Are you happy, DDO? Are you happy? DDO's like, yep. Brain maggots are real. Oh, it's my little brother's birthday today. Should we start pestering him now, or should we wait until like regular hours? Probably not going to pester him all that much. Took some damage there. When it was my brother or sister's b-day, I would call them at 6 a.m. and then sing them the happy birthday song. Yeah, this is, I don't know, an adopted brother? So we don't have that close of a relationship. He, doesn't live that far away. Lives, I don't know, an hour and a half away or whatever. And he delivers equipment up here. His literal job, I think, is to transport like hospice equipment and stuff for people and get it set up, stuff like that. And we're in his zone, so he came by once in like 5 years that we were here. I mean, we see each other every Christmas and stuff like that, but. So we are not very close. Our parents got married a while ago now, actually. Quite a while. Probably 25, 20, somewhere between 25 and 30 years ago now, probably. And when they got married, my mother moved to Oklahoma. So that is where my brothers got raised, or in this small town Oklahoma. So I do not know them as well as I would like. I've made an effort to try to reach out to those whom I share chromosomes with. But he's the baby of the family, so we never really hung out much anyway. I'll probably just send him a message. One, two. I think we need 6. Yeah, we need 4 more. Alright, we don't need any more powder kegs. Now, do you get better loot if you reroll? No, it's just random. The chest gives the same level of rewards. The main reason why you reroll is if there's something in particular that you're looking for that comes out of the chest. So like in DDO, this is probably true for other games as well, but in this game in particular, we have what they call named loot with particular characteristics, and a lot of the times that loot will come from a particular chest, whether that chest be an optional, an in chest, something along those lines, right? So if someone's looking for a particular item, they don't want to have to rerun the entire quest to take another crack at it if it's like in the in chest. So they'll go ahead and pony up the shards to basically reopen the chest for themselves to see if they can get lucky. You can only do it so many times in a row. The chest will ransack, etc., etc. So they put it on every chest, but it's really there for special chests. Three Barrel Cove, cool, not yet, unfortunately. Soon, though. This is Irestone Inlet, Pirate Knight. Hopefully, Three Barrel Cove in very soon. This is a cool animation. Honestly, I'm not a wizard either. We TR'd this afternoon or this morning. We're now a Paladin Warlock. It was TR day. So I usually don't spend very much time at level 20 plus. I'm currently grinding out my past lives for my racials and stuff like that. So I'm very much like hammering through these last couple. This is our last non-shifter life that we have to do. Yeah, so this sword is a Keen Greatsword of Pure Good that has been augmented with the Festival Icy Burst ritual that you'll be able to do here in a few weeks, probably. You'll be able to do over the Christmas holiday, basically. So the reason why this is what we're using now at level 6. First of all, Keen on a already wide critical range weapon like a greatsword means that we're going to critical on a 17 to 20. And it's pure good, so it's already doing an extra d6 of good damage. But then the Festival Icy Burst, every time we critical, it's going to do extra damage whenever we critical. Plus, it's going to do 1d6 cold damage every time we hit. So you'll notice that cold, and this cold number, the second number, sometimes is not very good. Well, that's why, because it's only the 1d6. But then sometimes we're going to get that critical, and we're going to do a big old pile of cold somewhere down the line. That second number will still be there, but we'll do another pile of damage. So yeah, we're using a combination of a greatsword right now and my universal beater. The dragon is, I have two dragons. The first dragon is just a pet from over here, the pseudo dragon pet. The other one is the familiar from the new prestige class, the Feydark Illusionist tree. And I did a pseudo dragon here to get 5 force, 5 universal spell power, as well as the first one. And what that's opened up for us is to get charisma to hit and charisma to damage. So we're a charisma based paladin using a great sword, but we're sorry, I'm like all itchy. But we don't have to be an Eldritch or PDK to have charisma to hit and damage. We're able to do it with a few points. So it's kind of cool. I think I want to start working my way up the Eldritch Night tree now. Is that correct? Where do I want this? You've got my back first. Maybe I want this. You've got my back first. No, I don't think so. I think I want to take... It's less PR right away, but we need to start working up this tree, right? Nah, F that. Blink. You've got my back. So one's, like I said, one's just a cosmetic pet, and the other one will peer every once in a while and do stuff. It doesn't have, as far as I know, it doesn't have an active... Actually, I take that back. I think I read one of these things does like a... Yeah, you can distract. Your familiar appears at target location, acting as a distraction and attracting the attention of monsters who may be searching for you in the area. This will only successfully distract monsters who are not actively attacking. This ability may be used without breaking stealth or invisibility. Yeah. So that's another thing that's really cool that you can have that thing do. How did we not level? What did we get? We only got 8,000 experience. Fudge sickle. I gotta do something else now. I thought that quest was gonna give us 15,000 experience. The fact that it only gave us what it gave us is very disheartening for me right now. Alright, what else? There's a bunch of these things I just don't want to do. I guess we'll go do... I guess we'll go do a little bit of... this quest over here. It's a little bit of a ride. A little bit of a ride. Give me my plant. Thank you. Don't ask you for much, DDO. Just my plants. Ah, that's not true. I asked for all sorts of stuff. But that's all I asked for right that second. That one should not have been hard to give. Ride, pony, ride, ride. Spooky snacks for Halloween. Man, I'm kind of hungry. I knew I was gonna be. I didn't eat enough this on my break. But I thought, I mean, I will. I'll just push through. But man, I really thought I was, because I had a really pretty big first meal, and I thought I'll just have like a little snack for my second meal. But man, I probably should have figured out a way to eat some more. Just nothing sounded good, and I felt like, man, there's no reason to force it if I wasn't feeling it. Like yesterday, for example, I ate, and then almost an hour, like not even an hour later, my wife's like, "I'm hungry. You want to go eat?" I'm like, "I could eat." Today I was just like, ugh. No, I was really hungry when I finished the stream, but I was not ready to eat anymore before coming back. For those of you who don't know, I'm on a weird diet. I put myself on for basically the last at least 9 months so far. So I'm intermittent fasting. So I have a 4-hour a day window where I can eat food. Except for Fridays and Saturdays, where I can eat whenever I want throughout the day. On Fridays and Saturdays. I usually don't start that until 2 o'clock on Fridays, though. So it's like, it doesn't count now. I mean, it could, but it doesn't. And then I'm also on a keto-only diet, keto-friendly diet, keto-only diet, whatever. Which is usually not that big of a deal, but today just did not. Nothing sounded good. Fries Days is coming. Yeah. Well, like I said, I probably won't start. I won't have anything to eat until 2 o'clock tomorrow, or this morning, this afternoon, whatever you want to call it. But I understand why people would be interested, though. The sale this week, for those of you who are new to the game, Tome of Learning, select low-level adventurers, +2 tomes, character slots. Some of those things are actually pretty good. Select adventures. If you're not somebody who was lucky enough to get in why the big code unlock was out there for everybody, picking up the games while they're on sale is not too bad. However, I'm going to also tell you that they like to put packs on sale for very little during the Black Friday week. They do sales during the Black Friday week. So if you're digging DDO, right, I would keep an eye out on the double bonus point sales, stuff like that. They'll probably do that right before Thanksgiving that week. They'll probably do that, and then they normally have a lot of stuff in there for sale. What is the graveyard event? So, Night Revels is a Halloween event. It runs. It usually varies between 2 weeks and a month. I think this one's going to be a little bit longer because they didn't take the time to like add new stuff to it this year because of the COVID slowdown and working on the expansion. So keep that in mind. So there's no, if you're a long-term person, there's no new things. There are a bunch of different instance situations. It's set up like a challenge, so it scales based off of your. You can set the scaling to whatever you want. You're going to gather chocolates and keys in the first one. And you need chocolates as like a currency to help buy upgrades or items. And keys are needed to unlock the second tier of quests to earn some of the other items that you need to craft with. So, example, I don't know if I have it. I do have it on me. So, one of the things you can do is you can buy these candies, right? So, like this candy, I'll just click it. Sweet Cinnamon Cloud. For 1 hour, I'm going to get a dodge bonus equal to my listen. So my dodge should be maxed out. If it wasn't already before, it probably was, but my dodge should be bigger. Let's look at our dodge. My dodge is maxed. Hooray! And they have a 2-hour cooldown. So, and there's 3 different ones. So you could also do this Dark Swirl Caramel Bite, or you can do this Almond Coated Shadow Apple. Supposedly they're going to go away every year, but I have not seen mine go away. Mine don't seem to go away every year. But they could go away anytime. And then there's other items. And the items are very, very good. So like, for example, if you think you might want to do a crossbow-based build, and you might, there are a series of like Ghost Touch, really, really good at killing ghosts and other ethereal creatures. Heavy crossbow. It's called the Spectral something. Right? So like there's an example of sort of. You also have like there's a series of weapons. There's like a buckler. There we go. We leveled. We'll just go look. I don't care about finishing this chain. We'll just go look. Trying to like think what else is right there. Here we go. Show me your wares. Okay, so you have like a bunch of different cosmetic options that you can get. You have like a hoodie here that has a clicky that gives you a festival bonus to your dodge. For 20 seconds, that ignores your dodge cap, but it recharges once a day, which means you can use it once per shrine. This one makes your weapon have 1d6 negative energy damage on it for probably 5 minutes, I would imagine. Like, there's a lot of different stuff like that. You also have some cosmetic items. And then you have like this spectral series of items here. So like for example, this is the spectral great crossbow. Ghostbane 2, Evil Outsider Bane, Crushing 4. Ghostbane is Ghost Touch as well as doing extra damage to ethereal creatures. So like it's really good at killing Reapers, for example, right? And other ghosts. And there's a level 4 version, a level 8 version, a level 12, 16, 20, 24, 28. Then there's a corresponding weapon for an axe, corresponding weapon for a warhammer, corresponding weapon for daggers. Sorry, there's some non-weapon stuff. Hand wraps are a little bit different, but similar. Then you have like a bunch of different kinds of weapons in here that have different properties, and there's a bunch of interesting things. Okay. The other thing, hey Talab, the other thing that you have is there's a second option that says show me your consumables. Okay. So you have show me your wares, show me your consumables. Now, this is what you really want to kind of spend a little bit of effort on. This Ruby of Ghostbane is a weapon augment power. I don't know if I have a weapon with an augment in it that's not super high level. But basically you can take a red slot or an orange slot or a purple slot. You can put this Ruby of Ghostbane in it, and it adds it makes your weapon Ghost Touch and gives an extra 1d6 Bane damage to undead. So like it does a lot of work. Yeah, I like it actually. I like it a lot. This skin. If you're interested and you didn't catch it, the skin is you can find it here. So what you do with your augments is you get an item or a weapon or something that has an augment slot in it, right? See if I have something that it doesn't, I can just like not worry about. So here we go. This hat has an augment slot in it. It's got a blue augment slot. So I can put anything that's sapphire in it, or anything that's a diamond. Okay? And this is how it works today. It might change soon. It should change in November. So I'm like looking to see if I can find something that doesn't really matter. Here we go. Okay. So, if I double click on the diamond, it's going to open up a crafting window. And then I take the item that I want to, that has an augment slot, and I can drag it over here. Then I can click it and hit augment, and it'll consume the augment out of my inventory, and it'll combine it into my hat. See? So now that the blue slot is now filled with a diamond of dexterity +2. And if I put this hat on, apparently I already have a dexterity item on somewhere. But, oh, it's here, right? Yeah, take that off. You can see my dexterity is 17. I put this hat on, my dexterity goes up to 19. It's the same property with the weapons. Right. The augment system is getting a rehaul, and it should be changed in November. Some of the rubies or some of the things have no level on them. So you can apply them to like whatever level you want. Some of them have a minimum level. So like this gem right here, it's got a minimum level of 20. So if I put it on this weapon, because I added this, it'll change the weapon to level 20. So you kind of want to be careful. But if you look for, or you find a ruby of like a D3 damage, that's level 8. And then you have like a little baby one that does 1 damage all the time. Here, like this minor ruby. The minor rubies do 1 point of damage all the time, but they're level 1. And you can find these things in the chest all over the place. So anyway, back to what I was saying. I would highly recommend you farm out at least 1, if not 2 of these rubies of Ghostbane. There's the shadow, the various clickies over here we just talked about. You can get a special bonus to wisdom or intelligence. If you think you're going to do a wisdom or intelligence based build in the future, I would take the time to farm one of those out. You might also want to farm up like some death ward potions. Those are good to just burn your extra cookies on at the end of the year. You have some pets that you can get. Clicky summonses that you can get. Stuff like that. Like, it's interesting. Now, one of the things that you might do, and I'm just going to show one I already made and go back over to here. So if you have some materials and a random loot generated item that you think is cool, you're not wrong, but it's also still good to have if you, for reasons to have, like, what if they put that on timer or whatever. Anyway, so you could take a random loot gen item, and you can enchant it with what's called Festival Solar, so that the weapon will do 1d4 points of light damage extra. Okay? So one of the items that I have done that with is this longbow. This longbow is +3, annihilating longbow of critical piercing 4. So what that means is every time I attack, I have a chance to slay living the opponent, which means insta-kill it. It does 2d6 untyped damage every time it hits. Again, it's also +3, and it also does stabbing 4, which means on its critical, it does an extra 46 points of damage. And then now, since I added that Festival Solar on it, it's going to do that extra d4 points of damage. So, like, you can build some really cool stuff. Remember I talked about the festival, or the icy ritual that's on this sword that I'm using right now? But that's only cold. There's a lot of monsters that don't take cold, especially undead and oozes. Right? However, if you find some cool stuff, especially like low-level WarPally items, for example, that you can pass around, then you can do just that. And you can get some really interesting stuff going on. So, for example, I did that to a +2 Vorpal Quarterstaff of Feeding. That's level 3. So now I have a Vorpal stick that every character can use. It's a simple attack proficiency. It's a two-handed weapon, so everybody's got a reasonable shot at using it, and it does that little bit extra points of damage to get things done. Another one that I did that to is this Smoldering Heavy Crossbow of Keen Edges. Which, yeah, you and Tilbrell can complain about a Vorpal stick. Which means that Keen extends its critical profile. Fiery means it does an extra d6 points of damage on a hit. Adding the Vestival Solar means it does an extra d4. So it's going. This weapon is going to do a d10 plus a d6 plus a d4 times 2 critical hit on a 17 and 20. Because you and Tilbrell live in the past. So, like, any random loot gen item that looks sweet, you can do that too. So, like, you can come over here to the auction house and you can look for weapons between levels 2 and 5. Hit the search button. And just, if you see something that looks like you'll use it a lot, you can do that. So, like, here's a Venomous Keen Edge on a comma. I'd probably pass. I don't know if we're gonna find another like sweet one here. Here's a Shocking of Keen, except this time on a short sword. That could be good. Here's a Light Crossbow of Keen. This would be really good for Inquisitive builds, double crossbow builds. Again, just for some examples. Not that we'll find anything over here in the old this area, but we'll look. Here's a lacerating dagger with a Festival Icy Burst. This is really old. Somebody's pulling out their old miscellaneous crap and throwing it out here. Here's some Vorpal hand wraps of Double Strike at level 1, for example. How does a stick that bludgeon be super sharp? It's, here's a Vorpal scepter. It's not that it is sharp. It's that it has an effect that makes your head fall off. Also, did you never play Diablo 2? Diablo 2, they had a potion of sharpness. And one of my numerous playthroughs of Diablo 2 maybe it was an expansion for Diablo 1. I don't remember, actually, now that I say it out loud. It might have been the expansion for Diablo 1. Anyway, there was this sweet trick that you could do to duplicate items in Diablo 1. Which didn't matter because it was a solo player game. So, if you were cheating anybody, you were cheating yourself. So if you beat the game a couple of times and then you wanted to screw around, this was an option. So anyway, you could take your sweet quarterstaff and you could make it so sharp that you could literally just glance at a monster basically and kill it. It was amazing. Hey, you were going to say something about Dragonborn Eldritch Knight build, or I thought you were. It would be really sweet. I think if you had the new expansion, which you probably don't, you could probably do a pretty interesting Eldritch Knight build. But I would probably recommend Warforged instead of Dragon. The Dragonborns in general are really fun. They're good paladins, they're good clerics, they're good sorks, they're good anything charisma based, anything strength based, they're really good. I'm just a big fan. I'm not actually actively casting any heal spells. Let's dump the points into Eldritch Knight or UMD right now. We may actually use our UMD at some point. Level 7, Sweet Christmas. Quote, good old Johnny Cage. Sweet Christmas. Oh, I know. I understand the logic. I also understand that the idea that you're punishing somebody based off of the weapon type that they choose to not be able to get the magic property that they want is also feel bad and stupid. I mean, it took me several years to get a Vorpal Sickle, and then they added it to everything. That's low level, a low level Vorpal Sickle. I feel your pain, but at the end of the day, it was a feel bad mechanic that makes people feel bad. So put everything everywhere. I don't care. All right, we do probably want this hasty double strike. Alpha Flyer is brand new. Don't. So, what Talab is referencing is, do I want the Raven's Talent set? Is a difficulty above Elite called Reaper, and it is a tiered difficulty from 1 to 10. So what he is saying is that I would not take it into a quest above that tiered difficulty level 4. Oh, I know what else we got. I don't think we're going to use this now. Unfortunately, this falchion is not a great sword, and we are now great sword spec because we made great swords our special weapon. I don't think adding falchion is on the list. Yeah, no. Yeah, I don't think we're changing our gear very much this level. I thought maybe we would. 1 or 2 pieces. I was thinking about this. I was thinking about the Raven set. I don't think I need it enough where I will give up these 2 pieces right now. I think this is probably still fine. Level 7, I think we get Reaper stuff. No, 9 and 10, right? Yeah, 9 and 10. We're doing a Paladin Wizard, and we are taking advantage of the Charisma to attack and damage from the Dark Illusionist tree. And then we're kind of like mixing whatever else we can in here. We're going to do either 12-8 or 14-6. I'm not sure yet. To be really fair, it got tied between two. Like, I didn't let the voting go on very long. I didn't decide until basically that, like, during the stream, and I kind of was leaning towards this build over, what was the other build? Oh, a melee arty, because I hadn't done a melee arty in a long time. So I kind of let it push this direction. I did get the expansion. Sometime when we're not on air, I'll tell you how it happened. The dog is cute, actually. This is the thing about the pet, is that my familiar has to be on to be able to get the charisma to hit and damage, right? So you have to have the pet on. So I decided to do the pseudo dragon pet, and I also put this pseudo dragon pet out. So I have both pseudo dragons out. So now I am the father of dragons. Me, I am the father of dragons. Rawr! So you can see my two dragons. One is purple and one is tan. It's a Paladin Warlock build. Oh, your build? Oh, the dog build? Or do you mean the Warlock, or the Eldritch Knight? I think the Eldritch Knight build is good. Oh, sorry. Okay, never mind. I'm back on track. I just assume when people are talking, they're talking to me, but they don't have to be. Guess we'll keep that for now. Talab, I'm going to have to figure out how to do the Poison Dog build with a PDK and a PDK level. Because I'm not switching it out. I didn't even put it on the list. Because I'm going to force it, I think, our first Iconic Life, I think, is going to be that. I need to double check how the iconic TR double thingy works. Oh, it'll probably be terrible. But I need an Alchemist Life and a PDK Life. So if I can double up class and a iconic, then I'm gonna do it. Again, I'm going to have to figure out how, but I need the shifters and the rest of this, and then I need 2 Alchemist Lives, a PDK, and then I'll probably take a little bit of break from the hardcore TRing to do like some epic lives or something. Do some I don't know. I might do a bunch of iconic lives. I don't know yet. I have not done any iconic lives except for 2 PDK lives because they made me mad. But I have 2 class lives left that I can try to double up on. And I know that I want to get my 3rd. I know that I want to get my 3rd, why can I not think of the word? PDK life out of the way. Alright, my friend, have a good break. We're going to see if we can tear through this and make it to level 8 before we log off tonight. We have an hour, so we can give it a go. Yep, have fun. I'll be back tomorrow morning. Welcome to the USS Fat Halfling. Thank you for hitting the subscribe or the follow button. Appreciate that. Alchemist Shadow Dancer question mark. I have to look at the other stuff, the iconics. I haven't looked at it real deep. Like I said, I don't know if I want to fight through a bunch of iconic lives. If I want to take a little bit of a break and work on some other stuff. Clean up the stable, stuff like that. We'll figure out something. We have at least another month of TRing to do before I have to worry about it, so. Oh, I hit that guy in the face and he didn't die, but I slid on the ground. Lame. Alright, Alpha, have a good night. Suma's still here. Man, I don't know about you guys, but I didn't get that nap that I really wanted to earlier today. I'm still beat. Oh, Demon Soul Fire Elemental. Perfect. Just what we've been looking for. Where have you been all my life? Just finished up R1 Slave Lords. Nice. Dang. I'll have to summon Ellery here in a minute. We'll just lay on hands again. We'll lay on hands again and we'll shrine, I think. There's a shrine like right here on the way. Rather have it and not need it than die because I was too stubborn to just take the shrine. Suma, how's your how is your Elemental Evil? Are you comfortable on Elemental Evil? I would like to run through it a couple of times. So I can do some practice on it. Okay. Well, if it's not a thing, I'll see if I can. I was gonna try to talk to Brell into it, but we ended up doing all this efficient XP last night instead. I need a teacher so I can start figuring it out. So I can teach others how to do it. I do know that it's difficult. I've done it, part 1, I've done it a handful of times. I've never done... I have started part 2. Lessa killed me. She was going to teach me, and then she, like, laughed. And it pissed me off. Like, she basically murdered me on purpose. And I couldn't recover. And she's like, oh, I'll just save us. And she couldn't recover. So I'd like to be able to do it on the hardcore server, which means I probably have to learn it. At the end of the day, that's generally what that means. If I want it done on the hardcore server, I have to do it. I have to lead it, I have to know it. Otherwise, you can't trust people to know how to do anything. I know it's very doable, I just don't know how, so I can't lead it. Bell Navarre, welcome back, buddy. I think that's right? Close enough, right? Kind of close enough? Semi-close enough. Like how excited I am to see you. Got a semi. Whoa! It's way after dark. Way after dark for me. Bell is fine too. Yeah. The only reason I'm using this one instead of a different one is because I'm a Celestial Pack Warlock on my Celestial Horse doing Celestial things. Look at my Celestial. Look at my horse-shaped submarine. Can't do this with a regular horse. Can't do that with a regular horse. Look at that. You tell a regular horse to do that. You know what they're going to do? They're going to say, nice, sir. Oh. For those of you who did not appreciate that joke, sorry. The joke was not for everyone. Oh! That had to be a beating. Yay! Hey, thanks for hitting me with the Twitch Prime sub, my friend. Appreciate that. Pew pew pew! Optimus Prime says, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Welcome to the USS Fat Halfling. I say that to both subscribing and for sending a Prime my way, or a subscription my way. I really should figure out one for each, but that involves a lot of extra work and effort. Having two thank yous, just easier. Motivation for more dad jokes. Oh boy, I'll see what I can do. I can always tell you Tobrell's favorite joke. As long as you're really ready to groan. And it's not child friendly. So Tobrell's favorite joke that he says every time he goes into the shroud. It's almost depressing how aggravating it is. Whoa, tripped. He says, the amazing thing about a sheep is that if you put a mask on it, it's like a whole new sheep. Bah! Which is wrong on many levels, because on one point, he's talking about being a sheep effer. On the second hand, he's pretending he's the sheep. Think about that. He wants to be your sheep badly. Oh my. Whoops. Scratch my nose and walk off the edge of the cliff. Good job, Sam. Thank you. Must never scratch your nose on hardcore. Ugh. Scratch all the time. Scratch all my bits. Scratch my nose, scratch my ear. Brain maggots are real. The brain maggots are real. Bonk. Quest is such great experience. Hey Samus, what do you call a little kid who wants to grow up and play a melee? A barbarian. That's pretty good. Your contribution to the dad jokes? Well, thank you very much. We value and appreciate your dad jokes. There's some really good ones that I saw the other day. Alright, just a second. Alright, are you ready for some bad dad jokes? What did the drummer call his twin daughters? What did the drummer call his twin daughters? And a 1 and a 2. Ooh, hello. So something was broken last week, and like 9 out of 10 times I came out here to check for this guy, he was out here. I didn't get the this quarterstaff though. It was pretty good. This is an oldie, in my opinion. I've heard this one before. But I bought some shoes from a drug dealer. I don't know what he laced them with, but I was tripping all day. I feel like that's a classic dad joke. What does a noisy pepper do? You get jalapeno business. That one I'm not as big of a fan of. Haven't heard that one before, but loving it. Yeah. tripping all day. What do you call a bear without any teeth? That be a gummy bear. I was gonna call a band with Skrillex, but he kept dropping the bass. Oh. Come on, come on. There we go. Is Pirate Knight still here? Pirate Knight was excited for some Three Barrel Cove earlier. But we weren't at Three Barrel Cove. Now we're at Three Barrel Cove. I need some Pirate Knight action. Don't let me down, Pirate Knight. Best still be in chat, buddy. Giving me all that sweet Pirate Knight action. Oh yeah, Three Barrel Cove is classic. They're gonna be trying to compete with it with the expansion. Don't know how you really can. But hopefully they do something really sweet. You heard Three Barrel Cove was rated R. Anybody need an arc? I know a guy. Okay, so in all seriousness, for those of you who don't know how to do this part, you struggle in Three Barrel Cove right here. First things first, put yourself in mouse look mode, right? Make sure your feather falls on. Turn around, look where you want to land, push forward, jump off. That's it. Super quick, super easy. You don't have to stress, no muss, no fuss. So again, look at where you want to go, jump, push forward. When you jump off in mouse look mode, you'll instantly turn where you're looking. Push forward to move forward into the area that you want to go to. So again, I'm looking over here, boink. Bam. I'm literally just holding the forward button and then jumping off. Turn around, boink. This is, I don't know, these quests are just so good. Both for experience and for, like, fun. They did such a good job with them. I don't know what you're going to do, right? Like, because if they released an entire expansion and nobody even wants to run the quest at level, like, you could still probably get people to run them in Epic, right? Like, that won't surprise me. But getting people to run them at heroic levels needs to also be a priority. Okay, this puzzle also is pretty quick. We're going to go like this. We're going to go down. We're going to fire it off the first shot. It's going to go pew pew pew. We're going to shoot to each other and away. Down, reset, shoot again. We're good to go. Never really understood this puzzle. Okay, so let me see if I can explain it. Hey, this didn't... Why didn't that fire? Alright. So, what's going to happen is this face is going to shoot a dart. Okay? And the dart's going to shoot up here at this lever. And then depending on which of these 3 switches are lit, it's going to shoot sideways. So then it's going to come out here and it's going to fire this lever off. And this lever is going to say shoot either this way or that way. This way is going to be the direction we want to go to lower, like you'll see this pipe. This pipe comes over here and raises this gate. Once this gate is out of the way, then that can shoot to here, which means this gets shot by this dart going that way, which means this dart has to be shot over here, which means that's lit up, which means this fires off from there. So like if you go backwards, you can kind of get it. But the key is that you like this one, and it goes this way, it goes down, and make sure that that is. Why did that not go down? Am I just shooting the wrong lever? Am I resetting it a bunch? I reset it a bunch. That's my bad. I mean, I hate these green-red levers combinations. Alright, so now we reset it, and now we're going to go to this direction. So you do the one by itself first, and then you do the one that's 2, okay? And you go to the one that's 2, and then to the one, and away, basically. If you kind of remember that, and then you reset the lever to fire the dart. Red fires the dart. You can see it shoot around. I just didn't pull the right levers at the other side. For whatever reason, I think green is shoot. I do it every time. So bad. Hopefully that makes a little bit more sense. If not, I'll go back and try to explain it one more time. Like, I have no problem going back and talking through it again. Try to do it a slightly different way. See if our jump's high enough. Not even close. How about the jump spell? Yep, with the jump spell we're good. Okay. Well, I mean, if it's a matter of explaining how the puzzle, like the solution, I'm happy to go over it again. If it's about how the puzzle actually works, again, just kind of follow the near the face, near where the lever is. There's going to be usually two places for darts to shoot out, and then when you, oh, I meant to go to the tavern. That was my bad. And then wait for this guy to disappear. And then I just always make him, I just always kick him into the thing. The build is a Paladin Warlock. It's either going to be 14-6 or 12-8. I haven't decided yet. Somebody asked about maybe getting Holy Sword. And to get Holy Sword, you have to go to level 14. But you can get Displacement if you go 3 levels or 8 levels of Warlock. So, Displacement versus why can I not think of words? Displacement versus Holy Sword, basically, is the question, and I'm not sure what's better. I'm gonna have to like really compare. And we're trying to take advantage of the Shadow Blades and stuff out of the Fade Arc Illusionist tree to kind of glue the two builds together. Or the two trees together. It is definitely the jelly or the mold or the wrapper or whatever you want to call it in our peanut butter and our jelly peanut butter cups. Of course you would drop a sack. Yeah, Beef put the general idea out there. So we're still kind of in that early stage theory crafting. So something that is either described incorrectly or is bugged, we're not sure which. But the light damage that you get from Slayer of Evil and you augment apparently works with spell power. So by playing with the Eldritch Knight, or sorry, the Warlock Enlightened Spirit tree, we're going to be amplifying our light spell power. And by, I think the pack actually, the Celestial pack is either electricity or light. I don't remember. But the general idea is to just work everything together so it's this massive pile of light damage. It could be really, really sweet. Could be really, really sweet. Could also be a giant pile of crap. I'm not sure yet. No! I can't believe I jumped down. I mean, I can believe it because I did it, but it's stupid. I knew the second I fired that off that it was a bad angle for that. Because he's right on the edge. Oh, I did it again. Oh my god. Actually, Stupid's still up there, right? Stupid, go pull the lever. So my sword is actually a Keen Greatsword of Pure Good with a Festival Icy Burst on it. Because it does crit quite a lot. But I'm using a Sword of Shadow skin. Yes, 3 Barrel Cove quests. We have 2 left on our first, 3 left on our first pass, and then 2 more on our second pass. So we still have a little bit of wiggle room. Look at that damage. God, that's such a good bow. For a random gen bow, this thing is nuts. Have you seen this bow? Slay Living, Entropic 2, +3, Stabbing 4, and then I Festival Solared it. No, I hate you so bad right now. Gravity, you son of a bitch. I swear, I have slipped and fallen from more heights in the last 2 days than I think I've ever slipped and fallen off of anything before in my life in this game. Jeez. What is wrong with me? I'm sure it's just the lag has been acting a little bit weird the last week, but still not enough to affect me this bad. Do I? Yes, the Defense Guild has an airship. So this charge comes from the Paladin tree. Lead the charge. It's not great, but it's not terrible either. Yeah, we have a fully decked out airship and have for quite a long time. It's not just the charge that's been causing me problems. Because I just got the charge a little bit ago. And I've been falling off of stuff all, like, more than just today. Just, like, non-stop. I will probably not take anything that has to deal with a shield. I'll be a greatsword build pretty much the whole time. Greatsword and potentially quarterstaff. At level 18, possibly. The only reason why is because I've already souped up a level 18 quarterstaff that I really like, and I enjoyed playing with it, so I might play with it some more. Did I pray to the gravity gods? Dang it, I knew I was missing something. Stupid gravity gods. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the shields on paladins. Shields are bucklers, and bucklers are for swashbucklers. That's why they have the name bucklers in their name. I'll do single class stuff if it makes sense to, but I do like to multi-class. I agree. Yeah, I'm not saying it's bad or it's wrong. It's just I don't think it's as optimal as people want. Especially with, like, the way two-handed fighting and strike through and everything works together. Like, you're talking about every single attack is like a baby cleave. Can't keep up with that. Should have just D-doored. It's so much faster. A sword and board build can't keep up with the idea that every attack's a baby cleave. I did a pure 1-20 paladin build on my YouTube channel and reviewed it. So if you're interested in, like, the thought process behind me and paladins, that's a good video to watch to kind of get the idea. But it really does just boil down to the fact that shields greatly reduce the effectiveness of your DPS. And I don't think they correspondingly increase your survivability as much as they hurt your DPS. I've done Bastard Sword for those two-handed bonuses. I mean, you get the damage, and you probably get the strike through as well, but it's so hard to compete with a great sword. Again, especially like a Sword of Shadows or an Epic Sword of Shadows, or a Black Razor or an Echo of Black Razor. With any single-handed weapon and a shield. You know, and like a Black Razor is not hard to come by. You can even make the same argument for like the Tail of the Scorpion. You know what I mean? Like they're just it's so good it's kind of over the top ridiculous how good they are. Oh yeah, I forgot I can turn undead. It even kind of did something. I'm impressed. Any monk builds? I did a monk quarterstaff build a few lives ago. I think it's probably in a good spot, to be really honest. And not that long ago, I did a fist monk. I don't remember what the split was. I did like a split on it. The problem was I decided to do dark monk, and I should have did light. If I would have did light, I think it would have been very, very, very good. And instead I did dark because I wanted to do something weird. I don't remember what it was. But if I did light monk, it would have been absolutely bonkers. Again, most of my builds end up on my YouTube channel. Occasionally I'll do a write-up on my personal website, youtube.com, samusgarobo.com. And then even more rarely, I'll do a write-up on the forums. I need to probably move the Faye Buckler build over to the forums at some point. But I think it's very good. I can occasionally turn to explode, but not a lot. I'm not... It's a tweak, right? The other thing is, isn't this like all charisma powered? You roll 2d6 sided dice plus your charisma modifier plus my paladin level. That shows how many hit dice. So like, because I'm charisma based, it's gonna hit a lot more often than... So you roll a 20 plus your charisma modifier to determine hit dice of the most powerful undead, and then 2d6 for whatever. Hey, thanks for hitting the subscribe button on the YouTube channel. It has not showed up yet over here on my notifications, but there's quite a few videos there. I have almost... I know I'm at 1,000, almost 700 videos, just under that. Not all of them are DDO videos, but a lot of them are DDO videos. I give Voodoo a hard time because I'm like, you know I have more videos than you do, right? And he's like, but you don't have edited videos. I'm like, that's correct. Planning out your next 1,000 lives? Yeah. Well, like I said, the Faye Buckler build is one that I did a whole bunch of epic lives on. If you like swords and boards, lots and lots of like super fast attack speed and lots of double strike. That's what I really liked. That one is one of my favorites. And the last life I did I really liked, except I don't think I would do the third or the fourth wizard level. Or sorry, I did 16-4 wizard rogue. I think I would do 17 wizard, 3 rogue, and not do the staff lunge. I don't think it added as much as a 9th level spells would have added. 9th level spells would have been +1 more DC. It would have been hold monster mass. And yes, I was successfully landing DC based spells in Reaper in epics. With that build with Samus. Already have a Fey Buckler in your list to do? Yeah, Fey Bucklers. I said I did so many epic lives as a Fey Buckler, like at least 6, maybe even more. It would not surprise me if I ended up doing like a dozen of the lives that way. Oh, this guy's gonna touch me, huh? Oh, you better have something sweet. Nope, you didn't.
Levers appear on opposite sides of the room. As the lever flips back, the floor rolls.
Yeah, Fey Buckler's good. The Pale Master hardcore server builds are good. In my opinion. The Paladin build is a good example of what to do and how to kind of like think through the Paladin problem. If you want a written write-up of the Paladin stuff, I heavily followed Tobrel's write-up suggestions. The main difference is that some things had to change based off of not skipping to level 15. Nah, it's not maxed, no. I don't have my wings yet. I don't spend very much time at level 20. So most of what I do is heroics. So almost all of this is heroic. Yeah, okay. So we need to advance this quest. And we need to advance this quest over here. Oh, we're going to be close. We're going to be really close on whether or not we can finish up Three Barrel Cove in an hour and take level... And take level 8. It's going to be close. We have a couple of ranks, though. Chia. Let's put them all here. It's like max out our PRR here. Got a link for the Pally stuff. I think I linked... Let me look in the heroic Pally. Oh, not to Tobrel's link. I just have a link to my YouTube video. To the fire caves. I said I'm really enjoying this now. It is hitting very hard, all things considered. So like, this is probably going to be something that I do a write-up, or not necessarily a write-up on, but at least a video on, possibly a write-up on. Again, the concept came from Loaf Beef. So we're just kind of like playing it and tweaking it here. you've maxed with TRing as far as stat points and you still struggle with Reapers. I'm going to make a bunch of statements, and I'm going to mean them all with much love, Creed. Okay, I'm gonna all of the love in the world. If you're struggling with Reaper 1 solo, you need to consider what kind of builds you're playing for accomplishing your goal. Okay? So, builds, you also need to consider your gear and at what levels you actually are struggling at. Because if you're struggling at all levels on Reaper 1, then there's something wrong with how you're playing. If you're struggling with Reaper 1 at certain levels, then you probably just need to augment your gear to cover your weaknesses during that time. So, if we bring up my gear as we run along the quest, why did this door not open? You're going to notice that I'm very consistently, I wear a handful of things every single life pretty much at certain levels. I've got my perma blur item on. I put it on at level 3 and it doesn't come back off until much later. I have my Cloak of the Mimic at level 4 and I have my Indomitable Wrappings at level 4. Those are my key pieces of gear at level 4 for Reaper mode. Okay? Depending on what kind of build you're doing, you should also probably have some sort of invulnerability armor just to kind of help with the damage reduction stuff. You probably need to get yourself some sort of like constitution based item. I happen to use this one right here a lot. And then you need you don't have to have this ring. But I also would recommend some sort of true seeing item. That's where it's hidden. True seeing goggles. You kind of cover those basics in your gear. Then the rest turns into how do you do damage to the Reaper, right? How do you crowd control and or hit the Reaper? You figure those things out, and your build is generally kind of got it handled. So, why do you struggle with Reaper? Like, what is it that happens? Do you rush too much? Do you red skull too often? Do you, or multiple? Like, you'll notice I pretty much don't have any, like, this life I don't want any kind of aggro mechanic, really. Sometimes I'll still, like, pile things up to, like, a yellow or maybe even an orange alert. But for the most part, I keep it pretty clean. Where in the wizard-based builds, I had no problem taking it to a red skull. So, like, what is the shortcomings that you're finding yourself in? Are you just getting ganked by Reapers? The other thing is I have taken the time to get my hands on certain pieces of gear, and I carry those certain pieces around every life. I know you can't see it, but I have a Gibber's Blade underneath my face, probably here. Right underneath that Gibber's Blade is also a Greater Harper pin. Okay, so your struggle is when you run into a Reaper, you struggle. Alright, well that's perfect. That means you know what the problem is. The problem is you need a way to deal with the Reaper. So what kind of builds do you normally play? Do you normally play like a range? Do you normally play casters? normally play melee. Because depending on what it is that you play, we can fix it. You just need the appropriate strategy for the kind of build that you're playing. That's all you're missing. Melee and pure. Okay, perfect. Perfect. So as a melee, you have less options for dealing with the Reaper than a lot of people. But you want to make sure that you have a Ghost Touch weapon. Now's the perfect time because you have the Maybar event, so you can get your Ghost Touch rubies. Right? You can get as many of them as you need for every weapon level or tier that you need. You can get all those for days. And then 2, the strategy becomes how do you move around? Because you don't have a lot of crowd control options on your melees. That really affect Reaper. Like you can't trip them. Don't even know if you can... Some stuns will work on them, right? Some stuns. But not very many. So really it comes down to you have to really take advantage of your WAS abilities, meaning how do you move. So the primary thing that you have to keep track of on a melee is you gotta stay 90 degrees to that Reaper. If it moves, you move. And you might even want to move in advance. So I'll show you what I mean the next time we run into a Reaper. It shouldn't be long. They're everywhere. Now, why am I not taking advantage of my sweet turn undead powers? Because they did nothing. Try them again. Turn undead! Alright, never mind. We're not turning jack and squat today. The other thing to keep in mind, you'll notice that I almost always have some sort of hireling with me. Even if it's not something that people would, like, what good is he doing? This thing's doing, like, nothing, right? But I still have it. I'm still running around with the... Ah, perfect. Here's a Reaper. And see how that Reaper ate my hireling? Just wrecked it. So here I am. I'm just chasing it. Doesn't have to even be in my range. I'm just keeping moving. It stopped. Now I got to keep moving. Reapers only attack forward. Should have brought some res scrolls with me. But if you get behind them, they have a chance to teleport. So you want to stay beside them so you can control where they're going. Because if they can turn to you, I keep forgetting I don't have the ability to open locks anymore. So if they can turn to you, they'll try to turn to you instead of trying to teleport on top of you. So you want to keep roughly 90 degrees. Maybe you can get away with a little bit further behind them than that, but if you get too far and you have their aggro, they'll teleport. So you got to be careful. The other thing to keep in mind is look for anything that you can in fact do that will affect the Reapers, to slow them, to stun them, to crowd control them in any way. A lot of classes have some sort of ability that'll work on the Reaper. I cannot think of everything. Like the Paladin right here, this Paladin charge can stun a Reaper. doesn't work very often. I think I've done it once. Crafting is very, very good. You do want to take the time to craft in certain places. So like, for example, again, the armor that I listed a minute ago, this Twilight Mithril Skirmish Chain of Invulnerability. Basically, having invulnerability is very good. I happen to like to play lots of casting type people that have spell failure. Twilight on Mithril is basically I cast my spells anyway. Right, I get my PRR up and I can still cast my spells and I don't care. Gotta watch your defenses. That's also important. Let me think. I'm trying to think of some other stuff to craft. So, like, I'm probably going to, at some point here, probably after level 8, my gear's going to change quite a bit at level 8. And I'm probably going to craft some sort of trinket. I imagine it's going to be light spell power for sure. I don't know what the other powers on it are going to be. I'm just being honest. I don't know where else I'm going to cram in like light spell power in this build. It could be force damage too, force and light spell power, but I'm not sure I need both. I probably do. Oh, you have to make sure that you have your shield. Anti-magic missile is important. Alright, we got another Reaper up here. You also have to be able to identify the different Reapers and deal with them appropriately. This guy's the problem. Have a good night, Ben. Bill. Bell. Bell. Navarre. Bell Navarre. You're a hero.
But you might be able to open it with the proper key. A chest proves in the frozen
I probably shouldn't have used it for that, but I'm gonna anyway.
lost ore. The whispering voice speaks once more. As the chest opens, a beautiful sucks the last reward. Old gray guard has come, ready for protecting his loot. With a despairing shriek, old gray guard dissolves like a pestilent vapor. The cold suffusing the air refused to fade.
What else is kind of important?
A cave extends deep into the rock behind this waterfall.
Don't be afraid to use hirelings, summons, any quest, or not quest, anything in your kit that to put extra bodies. Okay, so every body in the quest has an opportunity for to gain the initial Reaper aggro. If it's a hireling, or you, or a summon, or something that you don't care about, then that gives you an opportunity to recognize the danger and start to react before it's attacking you. So there's an old pen and paper spell called Mirror Person, I think. And what it would do is it would create it would create mirror copies of yourself, and then the enemies were not supposed to know which one was you unless they could somehow see through the illusions or whatever. They would have to like guess. Well, that's kind of what having companions and other stuff in your group is like, even if you're solo. The monsters don't know which one's you. They just know which is their hate mechanic. See, like, look at that Reaper beeline after the hireling. Nope, I'm gonna land in the water. Alright, didn't. There's a lot of named pieces of gear that you pick up along the way. You really just have to cycle those things in. Use crafted gear to shore up any weaknesses. Oh, I know. You can use them if you have some crafting levels. There's a runes of stunning. Their DCs are set, and they're not like insanely high, but they will work on Reapers also. So like, so you can fire off those. That's something that anybody can craft. Again, they're not very like the best, but it's better than nothing. No way to interact with the Reaper. And you have to also be prepared that anytime you're in Reaper, there's an opportunity for you to die and just out of nowhere take a death. And when that happens, you have to have a plan. Whether that plan is your hireling picks up your stone and takes you to the shrine, if it's use a Gibber's Blade, if it's recall to safety and start the quest over again. Whatever it is, you have to know what your plan is going to be pretty much at all times. Yeah. I should put together, like, I should get all of my thoughts together and figure out a way to sum up all the things to play in a Reaper. Once you get like your first 10 or 15, how many did I actually spend? I spent 26 Reaper points. But somewhere in that 10 or 15 Reaper point range is when you start becoming comfortable in Reapers. You still have to be careful because it's easy to take a death in Reaper. Especially what seems like now, where you're getting like 2 or 3 Reapers at a spawn, and then you can very easily pick up another group of Reapers immediately after. I bet we earned a Reaper point too. And by I bet, I mean I know we did. We haven't yet, it's just. I mean, believe me, it took. I didn't do Reapers until I don't even know right now, to be honest. It took me a few months to kind of move into Reapers, and to be honest, my first Reaper build was like a melee cleric build. Maximizing my sound burst DC so I could stun the Reapers long enough to kill them. Hey, look at there. It's 2:07. We did every quest in Three Barrel Cove that I normally do. I usually don't do this one because it's not part of the saga. Although we might still come back out here and do it just because I haven't done it in a while. And we leveled. So we can take level 8. We can get all of our rewards. And we can call it an evening. Look at that. Right on time. But honestly... Ooh, treasure map? Alright, we'll take a treasure map. But honestly, the best thing you could possibly do to survive in Reaper is find somebody to go with you. Just one person. One real person is the best difference. I'm going to take this sword just in case we need an anarchic weapon for a while, and then probably throw it in the dumpster after a bit. Similar comment with this, except I like having some way to blow out cloud effects. Alright, yeah, let's just do this. Alright, so who is streaming Dungeons and Dragons online besides ourselves right now? Couple of people. Spooktober and Goddess Satan. Well, Spooktober is probably going to... Oh, I guess it's Honorable Chairman Mao. Never mind. Maybe nobody's going to get our raid tonight. Alright, let's look at our things here. Paladin. Yeah, we want to get one more Paladin level. Who's over here? Yeah, we're almost got our heal caught back up. Yeah, that's fine. We'll get there slowly. Alright, let's see. We have one action point available. Hit points. MMR. Yeah, probably hit points. Probably hit points. Yeah, this is looking good. So now that we're level 5, we've met the class level requirements to get up here to level 12, or the top tier. So when we kind of are ready, we can start moving our way up here. I want to start working our way up this tree though for right now. Which means at level 12, if we keep everything on this area, we probably won't be over here. So we'll probably have to really consider when we want to have our level 5 powers. We can also probably quickly take a look at some of the big loot changes. But we are getting pretty close to DONE here. We've been streaming for almost 12 hours today. We're working on hour 8 now, and we did 4 hours this morning, I think. All right. Many things to consider here.
I grow stronger.
No, I'm already a Warlock Paladin. I don't know if we're going to be 12-8 or 14-6 yet, is the big question. Alright, so we have off the top, we have a couple of things to consider. One, we're definitely going to be putting on the Ring of Power. Ring of Power is an easy swap. First of all, it's heavy fort. Second of all, it's melee alacrity 10. Third of all, it's command, so all of our charisma-based skills do things, which frees up our trinket slot. Our trinket slot is melee alacrity 10. So we know that's already changed. Bam. We also have an opportunity to switch into a whirlwind at level 10 or level 8. I don't think we will this time, but we could if we were pure and had extended critical, because it's got a modified critical range. So I think that's going to go back. Alright, 2. We have 5 rings. We have Constitution 5 rings. We have Intelligence 5 rings. We don't need Intelligence, so we're probably going to do Constitution 5 rings. Bam, that takes care of our Constitution item. Don't have to worry about it anymore. Do we want Slave Rags? No. We don't want a Spinneret. Don't want this. Also, no. Probably no. Alright, do we want the Executioner's Helm? Sometimes yes. So it's Seeker, which is good for us. It's Relentless Fury, that's good for us. Downside is currently our hat is also our charisma item. And our charisma is very important for this build, obviously. I think I'm going to say pass. Alright. Now, we can use like this Deadly 4 trinket. Give up some double strike, pick up some deadly here, and swap into 6 more damage. Or, yeah, 6 more damage, whatever it is. At least 3 more damage. Or we can pull up the CC planner. I should have probably did this earlier. I'm gonna copy this and put it into the chat for you guys. I forget who was asking about crafting gear. Alright, it was Creed of War. Okay. So here is our crafting planner. So if I pull up Trinket and level 8, we could do Charisma of Radiance on just something that we can throw away. That take care of our Charisma and the Radiance Desire. So then we could switch out our hat for this Executioner's Helm. That gives us Seeker 5. But we lose Deadly, so we still can't switch into the Raven Eye set. We made this for the spell or the Fey Buckler build. Don't know how much we actually need it anymore. This we've used a couple of times. Is this the life that we'll use it? I'm not sure. It could be. Insightful Intelligence is something we're not going to use, but this trinket theoretically is available. It's an int trinket. If I had the Charisma trinket, I would like that, but I don't have one right now. I think we'll just play with that trinket. Whatever we decide to do. This is easy enough to rebuild. It's not even anything special. That might get some extra life later. This I could also rebuild, but this I think is going to get used a medium amount of time. I think it's this. So again, if I make a charisma item, what do we lose? We lose Good Luck, UMD 1, 3 MMR PRR. But we gain a lot, right? That stupid hat go. Mythic 1, not mythic at all.
I grow stronger.
Yeah, I think this is probably the plan. Still like mentally mathing here. The other thing we can do is we can slap on this full plate of giants. So instead of having Mithril, Twilight, and Invulnerability, we would gain DR/5. This would definitely affect casting some of these spells, right? Yeah, we have a 35% spell failure chance with shields. We have to cast it a bunch. But because it doesn't affect our offensive stuff, right? It will affect Bless. Not divine, not our paladin spells. It's probably okay. We'll try it for a little bit and see how it goes. Yeah, I just don't see us using, like, one of our go-to greater trinkets. I'm still just mentally running through things. I can't really picture anything in particular that would do everything we need it to do to be able to, like, really maximize what we're doing. Yeah, I think it's decided. How much longer am I going to be on? Probably a couple of minutes. Why? Not very much longer. I am relatively cooked, actually. I was tired when this is not where I parked my car. I was tired when I started the stream, and now I'm really tired. But I do hope it was an enjoyable stream for everybody. Oh, probably not tonight. If you're down, like, a little bit later, maybe tomorrow or something. Tonight I don't know if I would retain anything that I learned tonight or not. Alright, Charisma and Red. Whoops. Oops, let's not do that one. Actually, does it matter? I bet it does matter. No, they're both suffixes and prefixes. It should be fine. Alright, so we'll go prefix on the first and suffix on the last. Alright. So Beef said this has been tested. So let's see how correct he is. All right. So our light is currently 46. 3, 6, 1, 4, 8. Yeah, like it's pretty consistent. It is all over the board, but it's fairly consistent. All right, let's switch. Oh, we'll leave this on just in case. All right. 6, 5, 5, 7. There's a 1. There's an 8. Our light is now 116. If this was being doubled, I feel like it would... We should at least have some numbers going over 8. And we don't have a way to like increase our melee attack power, unfortunately. Alright, let's toggle our aura on and off. Now this should run off of 135% of spell power. And it's currently force, I believe. Oh, it's electric. It's electric. So we're doing not a lot of damage with our aura. But this is spell power, so let's take that off and see what our spell power is. 2, 6, 1, 4. Put that guy back on. Yeah, I just think that it's poopy. Just poopy. Alright, do I have someplace I can cram Deadly into? If I can cram Deadly somewhere, then I can switch into, that's not the gloves, then I can switch into the Raven set. And the Raven set is so good. The only place I can even think about it is in the bracer slot. And that would be if I took Bend Light, which means I would have to take out something here probably to put it over here. Then I don't even think I can craft. Let me pull up the CC planner again. So I don't even think I can craft on Bracers Deadly. I know you can't put Deadly on boots. Pretty sure you can't put it on a ring. Deadly can go on gloves, goggles, trinkets, or weapons. Isn't that just a kick in the balls? What was I hoping would stack with light spell power? Beef believes, and he said, I quote, "It has been tested that the light damage from the Paladin stuff, the Courage of Heaven, and before that, the Slayer of Evil, it says it works off of melee or range spell power, but he said it also works off of the light spell power." But I doubled my spell power, my light spell power, and it is not. I've yet to go over 8. I was getting 8s before. I wouldn't even say the numbers are more consistent. Higher even. Now this Spiritual Retribution scales with light spell power. And that's a big game when that kicks in. And then doesn't one of these turn your aura into light damage? Yeah, here we go. But it doesn't turn your passive into light, right? If it's 100% spell power, you shouldn't be able to get 1s. The light's in another tree. Oh, yeah, I don't want to turn it to evil. I want it to turn it to light. I thought one of these turned it to light. I know this does light damage. That was it. Just this one, just this burst. That's just the manual burst. Thought one of these turned your passive stuff into light, but I could be wrong. Yeah, I don't see it, so I must be remembering incorrectly. Hmm. This gives it extra light damage. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of, is the Celestial Spirit. Evil damage scales off of light spell power. That's cool. Yeah, I have the feeling I'm just thinking about the Celestial Spirit adding extra light damage to it. Because I don't see another option here to kind of get what I was thinking. So, okay, well, I said we're over 100% spell power for light. I'll leave it this way for now, but I have the feeling that this is going to get recrafted into something else tomorrow. So, like, I could go... What we could go? We could go... Electric to power up the aura. We can go Impulse to power up the aura. Although... I don't think this does any good, right? To have more... How come that went? Is this booster... That lessened our spell or our melee power. How did this light power go up? Oh, I know. I'm dumb. They broke that training dummy, that's how. Yeah, I just don't see a way. This could become Charisma of Deadly, and then that will let us switch into the Raven Eye set. That might be our best bet. Oh, I hit a 12. There's some 10s. There's some 12s. Did this training dummy die? This is a fresh training dummy. There's some 9s. Maybe I just had to turn everything off and turn everything back on again? Again, this feels like it also has been dead. That one's definitely been dead. Yeah, I think I must have killed this one before, because I haven't seen an 8 over here, or a 9 over here yet. I don't know. We'll try it. Try it and see what happens. Like I said, worst case scenario, we can switch it into Deadly, Charisma and Deadly, and then we can switch into the Raven Eye set, and that's 10 damage. Or, not 10 damage. 3 more stacking damage, which would be a lot. So, alright everybody, I think I'm going to get out of here. Last I looked, the only other person streaming Dungeons and Dragons is this Chairman Mao guy. And I don't know him from Adam. And that's not a joke that I currently appreciate. So I think I am going to just wrap the stream up with a little bit of hugs and kisses and call it an evening. I'm going to go ahead and throw 2 important links into the chat for you guys. I'm going to throw my Patreon link out there, and I'm going to throw my YouTube link out there. The stream is definitely powered by you guys, for sure. And if you guys having the ability to kick me a buck or two goes a very long way and to continue to keep the stream up and running. But if you can't have the, you can't kick a buck or two my way, I understand. But I would appreciate it if you could help me out by subscribing on the YouTube channel. It's a great way to support the stream for free. Just go over there, thumbs up some videos, subscribe. Excuse me, I got the burps all of a sudden. It's a great way to help us out for free. And I really am trying to get to that 1,000 subscriber mark. So we can... You guys have to watch ads anyway when you go over there. This way I can get my occasional nickel from YouTube. When you guys have to watch those ads. So, alright everybody, peace, much love. I'll see you guys in the morning. We'll see if we can't get to level 9, maybe even level 10. We can pull Raider along with us whatever time we get to play over the weekend and stuff. Alright everybody, peace, much love, and we'll see you guys upon tomorrow.